And we are live with more of the F1 My Team 2020 career mode, team mode, something mode, playthrough, shenanigans. How's everyone doing today? I should really learn to start scheduling these to get people like excited and pumped. That'd really be a thing that I should do. But nonetheless, that's not how we do things around here. That sounds like someone who is competent at this would be tackling it. And as we know around here, as part of Team Incompetent and Incompetent Racing Grand Prix, that's not how we do things. So, change of plans for today, in case anyone hasn't gathered. This is the first time I've been live today. Normally, about an hour from now, 3 PM, I'd be going live for the second time today. There is a reason for that. I had some bits I needed to do this morning, some business things that have been taken care of, and some eating things, which have also been taken care of. Maybe that's wording. Anyway, and I looked at the calendar and then went, oh, we've got 6 rounds left. So, to kind of make this a bit more interesting, what we're going to do is today we're doing one stream, but we're going to do 3 rounds. We're going to do Russia, Japan, and USA in this one, as the title and description suggests. And then tomorrow, which might be a bit of a challenge because we've got the actual Styrian Grand Prix tomorrow, but tomorrow we'll then do Mexico, Brazil, and Abu Dhabi, and that will cap us off for Season 1. I think that is the plan that I'm going to go with. What have we done? What have we got? What have we got going on for this round? We've got... we're getting there on our departments. I think I need to get quality control in for aerodynamics and chassis, but I'm not too worried about that as of yet. I think we're going to save a bit of money towards the end of this season. And we've got... yeah, so we've got a lot of part saving that we need to do on the R&D. So we need to pretty much put all of our resources in to saving the upgrades we've made on the aero and the chassis. Potato Man back once again. It is a Russian time. That's a team in F2, isn't it? Russian time. So that's where we're at for R&D. We took grid penalties last time out in Singapore and got 2nd place. So, you know, we got a new engine, which is nice. Corporate-wise, we're going to be earning a bunch of money. Team acclaim level 20. I don't think we're going to get that till next year. Contracts-wise, we're looking at getting Lando Norris for next year. That's probably why we're going to save like a spare bit of cash, because, I mean, he's not exactly the cheapest of people. Standings-wise, we're looking very strong. Customizations, we're gonna look a little bit different. What I've done, did it not save? Didn't save my helmet change. That's annoying. I changed my helmet before I went live. I can't remember. Here it is. I didn't equip it. So we're going to rock a new helmet. Incorporates a bit more black into it. Because I figured the whole, like, the car is more like the white and gold. So I was like, get some more black on the helmet. We've also got some new gloves, which I don't think I equipped. Or did I equip them? I did equip them, so we've got some more gloves. We were rocking these ones. Now we're rocking these ones. That's about it. Apart from we got a new celebration that I've equipped. So that's that. So yeah, saving money is going to be the plan towards the end of the season, and dumping all of our resource points into keeping our upgrades, because I'm going to hope that other teams don't do that, is kind of the plan. Anyway, Russian Grand Prix. So it picked up my auto tweet. Lovely. That's what I like to see. Oh, it's going to rain in practice too, but it's going to be overcast for the race, so that's not too bad. We also haven't got to worry about trying to do 100 or so laps just the standard 75, and since we'll get 54 out of the race, that's not really too much of a concern. Qualifying is going to be wet at the end, so we need to get out early and set our lap time. We're also on a rivalry with Carlos Sainz, which we need to make sure we win. I'm not too worried about that part failure on the chassis. I think I'm just going to leave that, in all honesty. Progress history, we've pulled away from Haas, and we're now closer to that kind of Alpha Tauri, Alfa Romeo, like that sandwich there. We're close to that, or closer to it, essentially. Where's that engine have we got? Right, so we haven't actually driven out yet, so that'll be the engine that goes onto the car. Let's fit a fresh, like, practice gearbox, because that one's at 61%. You know, we're not going to take any penalties for that. We should be fine for the gearbox for the rest of the year, in all honesty. We've not had any issues with gearboxes at all, surprisingly. So let's get out, do some of these practice laps, shall we? Going to be a longer stream today. Don't know if you were here when I explained, but 3 Grand Prix in this stream, if the title didn't give that away. Very quickly, just going to tab out of the game. Something's annoying me. There we go, that's better.
I've had a chat with Carl about the new parts, and we're happy that they've been integrated into the car okay. With any luck, you'll be able to feel the improvement. So give them a try.
Let's load that, and then let's view the car setup. So we're going to... I think we're going to go 6-6 on the wings. And then I've heard a lot of people talk about tyre pressures, about how, like, we can lower the tyre pressures to help manage temperatures. But I don't think we've had too much of an issue with that. So I think I'm not going to bother with that, in all honesty.
They don't all need to be done in one session, but there's valuable data there to help race
anyway.
strategy and car development.
No audio delay at all for once. I'll give it time, my friend. Apparently with Streamlabs, that is a thing that happens. I don't know why it happens either, but it's positive to hear that there are no audio delays, and I appreciate the fact that you guys point out these things nice and early. Right. I assume we've got the right engine in the car? Yeah, we've got the right engine. Ooh, they've finally made that not so you can clout the wall. That's quite nice.
Precisely as possible. Remember to activate your DRS in the DRS zone as well.
We've got... We're not feeling great around those corners, but we ain't got to worry about it too much right now. So that DRS zone, that's been pushed back a little bit, hasn't it? That DRS zone. I feel like that's now like a longer DRS zone. It used to be mid-corner before, I feel. I don't know if I'm making that up or not, though. Alright, it's compromised me on the exit. Yeah, that's fine. Don't be too surprised, chat, if I manage to pick up some corner cutting warnings and or penalties this weekend. The Russian Grand Prix is it's very inviting to sort of extend your track limits, you know? I feel like I can really push that corner a bit harder now. Nice and easy track acclimatization to get us started. Wonderful. Nothing too complicated. Nice and easy does it, you know? Nice and easy does it, like. Right, tyre management. Tyre management is never an issue around Russia, like, at all. I don't see us actually using the hard tyre. Time for creative interpretation of track limits. Oh, you know. Oh, you know. Yeah, I don't see us running the hard tyre in the race at all, unless the game is on some of the good stuff, if you know what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, if you thought the practice session at Singapore was bad for track limits, then, oh, you're going to see something.
To control the slip through each corner and take extra care putting the power down at the apex.
Oh, they've added like a bump in that curb. Which means cutting that final corner is nowhere near as inviting as it used to be. Yeah, we might have gone a little bit too deep on the brakes there, chat. Mentions about the longer DRS zone, but doesn't factor that in when it comes to his braking. I am a genius, mate. Oh, apparently I destroyed my tyres through that right-hander. What is that? Apparently I'm destroying them through every corner. Must go slower. There we go. Use the runoff areas to help our tyres. It makes no logical sense, but... there we are. Get it nice and in line. Let's try and gain as much time as possible on the straight so we can actually really make sure that we're nice and polite on them through this final sector. Especially here. The acceleration through there can just shred your tyres. And this crest I find very annoying. Oh. There we are. Lovely. Just nice and easy whizzing through the practice programs. Haven't really got to worry about doing too much. We'll probably still finish up doing like all 5 laps of the race strategy just because it helps us like eke across the line for the race or for the laps completed for Atlantic, because you know I've said that we'll do 54 laps. That is of course if we both finish, and I think I'll be fine, but I can't guarantee a good friend Jack, you know, can't guarantee him finishing the race. You know, a bit like when I came out of the pits in Austria to just see him blowing up, you know. Fuel saving hopefully shouldn't be too bad around here. There's a lot of lift and coast opportunities. Oh, we're nearly a second up on the Delta already. We could very much... we are now over a second up on the Delta already. Funny, I for the first time today, other than playing F1, played a different video game. I was playing some Trials Rising. I've had it installed basically since the game came out, but I had like, you know, some spare time a little bit earlier on, so I was like, oh, let's give this a go. And obviously, you know, I forget how crazy that is, and then I come back to something remotely sim related, and it's just like, ah, well. Cam from the other day. Hold on, there's more to that message. Let me just get across the line first. from the other day. Can't watch your streams at the moment because you got no Wi-Fi. Dude, I appreciate the fact that you've dropped in just to give me that heads up. But yeah, no, I hope you know, those aren't long-going issues, because having no internet sucks. Like, sucks. So I hope whatever your issues are can get resolved. But I appreciate you stopping by just to, you know, give me the old heads up on that. How are you aside from the internet issues, if you can actually respond?
Give us some consistent laps, please. We're looking for good data that we can work into the race strategy.
Russia reminds me a lot of France in some ways, Paul Ricard, in the fact that it produces really boring races, but the track in it of itself is actually quite fun. Like, I enjoy racing at it on the games. You're good. Can't stay much longer because you'll use up all your data. You'll be here when your Wi-Fi is all good. No worries, man. Like I say, appreciate you stopping by, and hopefully those issues get alleviated. Not just for my benefit, of course, but for yours as well. The fact that you've, you know, bothered to even use any of your data to come in here is, you know, thank you so much. So we're faster than Science at the moment in this practice session, but he's on the hard tyre. Now, I don't know if he set his fastest time on that tyre, or if he's currently... I'm pretty sure he might be currently on track on that tyre, but it could also be where he set the time. I don't know, I'm just saying words at this point, chat. We're well up on the delta, though. We could probably get away with running a bit more downforce. But I don't really want to run more downforce. Just thinking of the corners, it might make life a little bit easier, you know. Getting that corner right is so good. It's like the final corner at Austria, where you just sort of thread the car, you can see with my creative interpretation of track limits, where you just sort of thread the car perfectly around sort of the sausage curve, and oh, it just feels great. So it doesn't look like we're getting any Styrian Grand Prix qualifying today, does it, chat? Watching the absolute monsoon in the F3 race earlier that arrived. It looked for a brief second like it was clearing up, and then the heavens opened again. It was very much 2020 in a nutshell. Like, it's getting better and it's gone.
Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
I wonder what would happen on this race strategy if I bump the car up to Rich. Like how... Whoops. Yep, that's... Was that corner cutting, or was that extending track limits? Because apparently there's a difference between the two. Could say either or, really. Doesn't matter to me. These are just practice programs at the end of the day, aren't they? We just drive around and have a good time. This is our time to have a little chat. I don't really have to talk about anything really to do with the game. Here's what I will say. So, I was not hugely late to wake up this morning, but, you know, I woke up late and my parents went out shopping, right? And they've picked up some new Biscoff editions. I'll post a picture on Twitter later. I haven't opened them as of yet. They're like the ones that have like cream fillings, apparently. And I'm kind of really curious. So I will give an official review on Twitter later, so keep your eyes out for that. I mean, we've got the ping bot or the ping cord, whatever you want to call it, that will let you guys know when I tweet, so, you know, keep an eye out. We're only like a tenth slower than Kvyat. I'm kind of pushing, but not really. Like, if I wanted to go faster, I could. See? You know. There's me pushing the boundaries, pushing the limits. Fastest first sector. 0.6 faster than Kvyat. I mean, that was just me due to... Oh, yes. Look at these. See, that's the one that gets me all the time, right? Look at it. Didn't quite get the corner cut spot on. That one went okay. Why are we both just posting pictures of our Biscoff? I mean, there's nothing wrong with a good bit of Biscoff, you know. It's one of the few vegan/vegetarian friendly things that I'll actually eat. They've definitely put the sausage curves there to try and prevent further corner cutting. Yeah, that was me abusing track limits on that lap. Let's now try and stick within the rules. I think we're only really going to have the quali pace to do after this. Oh, front end scrubbed wide there. Yeah, take out the bollard. Finally, bollard destruction. There we go. Beautiful. Nice, 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 nice. Not gonna lie, Creamfield Biscoff sound a bit dodgy. Other than the chocolate bottom Biscoff, what other versions are there? That's an excellent question. I didn't even know there were Creamfield ones until today. So I didn't even know there were chocolate filled ones till Mother Dearest bought them for me, so you know. Right, anyway, qualifying practice. Let's just absolutely Hail Mary this one, shall we? We're going to be a bit, you know, I think Season 2 we're going to look at difficulty. Let's do a nice Season 1 consistency of 95 difficulty, and then we'll look at bumping the difficulty for Season 2. You with me, chat? There's a McLaren just ahead of me. Which McLaren is it? Ah, it's Carlos. Hello, Carlos. Yeah, we good? We're good with that then. Wonderful. Because I feel like there are certain tracks where I'm definitely outperforming the car, but then as we saw at Silverstone, where I was just biblically slow. Carlos, I swear. A lot more sausage curbs on this version of the Russian Grand Prix. The more of them I'm hitting, the more I'm realising, like, you weren't there before. We're about to run out of DRS as well. Well, that's fastest. 33.1. I think Rush is going to be another one of those ones where we just outperform the car in some capacity. Just because I think AI are quite weak around here. Yeah, I mean, look, we were apparently 1.5 faster than Leclerc. I might even up it a little bit for this. No. Let's stick to our word and just stick on that 95 for the rest of the season. And then we'll up it for next for season 2. 1.5 faster than Charles Leclerc. Yeah. Now, admittedly, we were the only one to run a quali sim. 4.1 seconds faster than Jack Aitken, who in himself was a second faster than Latifi. I love just how slow Grosjean is now, man. But hey, we're not going to have to worry about Grosjean in season 2 because he's retiring. Mental. Let's just simulate these practice sessions. Yeah, it's looking very wet in Austria. Oh, and our team McLean went down. I wonder why our team McLean went down. Our team McLean probably went down because of the amount of corner cutting that we did. Just going to hazard a guess. That might have something to do with it. Maybe. I don't know. Right, 954 resource points. I wonder where I'm going to spend those. Let's protect everything. I randomly lost sound for a second there. I don't know if it's because I was leaning on my headphone jack. Right. Let's do those minor ones for now. Let's do this and this. Perfect. If we can at least get the minor ones done, and then we can sort of see how much the major ones are going to end up costing us. Because they're like 500 something each, right? You're just going to tell me it's in... Yes, I know I have insufficient resource points. I want to know how many it's going to cost me. You stupid game. Okay. Right, it's qualifying time. 68 points. Could we get more points on the board? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see if we can get more points on the board. All I want to do, all I set out to do in this was beat Alfa Romeo. Like I said, you know, I said that in episode 1. I want to beat Alfa. And, well, we're currently beating Alfa. I need to clean my PC, chat. It's very dusty. And I'm just looking at the outside. Heaven forbid what the inside looks like. Right. Qualifying time at the Russian Grand Prix. I still am not used to these menus. You think I would be by now. Not going to go out. Oh, no, we should go out straight away, shouldn't we, because of the rain. I was thinking, yeah, we'll give it a hot second. No, we need to get out on track because it's going to be a soggy boy. Pit lane's bumpy as hell. I forget that every time. Where does the pit lane end? Oh, it's there. Right, go on, Giovinazzi. Off you go. Thank you. I'm hopeful for a good finish. At least here. Don't quite know how we're going to do in Mexico or USA, but I know Russia's one of my stronger tracks, so we never know how we're going to finish. I love how much the right trigger on this pad creaks. It didn't do that at the start of this week, but that's what nearly 50 hours already on the F1 game does to you. Not quite 50, I think it's just over 40. But then again, saying that, I do have a tendency to actually leave the game open between like streaming sessions. I just sort of, you know, end the stream and it just sits there. So even if it says I'm playing the game, I'm not actually playing the game. Right. We're going to have to brake a lot earlier into turn 1. So I really don't want to, like, take the piss in quali, you know? Got the lines a bit wrong there, but... Oh, that felt quite satisfying. We're going to run out of the RS very early. We're definitely not going to have it for like most of Sector 3. Felt I was very cautious into that braking zone. Oh, the car scrubbed wide. Definitely have not had that feeling before. What was Bottas's lap time? 30.9, whereas we did the 31.9. Not terrible. Faster than Giovinazzi and faster than Aitken. So I mean, you know, we got that. Let's go and check the old timesheet delta things. That's the word I'm looking for. So we're currently P4. Half a second quicker than Ocon. Aitken's currently faster than Lando. Don't know what's going on with Lando right now, but he's definitely not quite up to snuff. But then the McLaren has really fallen off, so I can't really blame him.
If you want to know specific information or make certain changes to the car during a
Yeah, you can see I lost a few tenths in the final sector with that front end just really scrubbing. But we're looking really solid in the first couple of seconds. I know I can do a faster lap. Do I really want to, though, is the question. I could definitely do a quicker lap.
So far, our fastest lap is a 1 minute 31.9.
207 is 16th in the speed trap. Are you serious, Lewis? Let's ride on board while Lewis finishes his lap, shall we? He kept the car a lot more. The AI, oddly enough, keeping the car a lot more direct than me. Oh, he's coming in. Oh, that was anticlimactic.
All clear the garage, please. Car ready to leave.
Is it already 2:42 PM on Saturday? Cool. I'm going to treat these little qualifying tyres similar to how I did at Belgium. Just be like, yep, just treat them nice and delicately. And Italy, you know. It worked there, so... I do love the fact that I'm cruising around in this F1 car at 100 mile an hour and it feels slow. But like 100 mile an hour in anything else feels ridiculously fast, you know? Here we go.
There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining.
Don't think we've had as... No, we definitely did not have as good an exit off the final corner. Tried to really push the braking zone. Cost us a little bit.
Rain is forecast in just over 10 minutes' time. Rain in 10 minutes.
Oh. Did not like that. Did not like that at all. That really spat me out. I turned in what I thought was on time and it turned out to be way too early. Is it now raining? No, it looks like the track is still looking good. I don't know, I really can't be bothered to go again, in all honesty.
We think we may see some rain. ETA is about 15
Although then again, the track looks fine. 212 is Vettel's time in the speed trap. That's disgusting. Let's try another lap. Come on. Bolt on another set of tyres.
Everyone ready? Okay.
We might as well go for it, right? We screwed up that second lap. So we know to turn later on that left-hander. It's as simple as that, right? There goes Hamilton, Bottas. Hopefully we can get round. We should be able to get round quite easily, actually. Even if we are looking after our tyres a bit. Which can have some cars maybe to contest with on... Oh no, we won't have cars to contest with on a cool-down lap because... Actually, I don't know. Here I was thinking the rain would come a little bit earlier and it might affect the outcome of the session, you know, if we did an absolute belter early on in the session and then the rain comes and then no one else can improve. But we've got like a minute, so we can ease off a bit, just take care of the tyres on this out lap.
1 minute remaining, just 1 minute.
Not as slow as the other out lap, I must admit. But we'll get round in time. Ideally, I want to stay ahead of this Ferrari. Oh no, actually, by the time he gets past, he'll pull away. But then again, there is now a Red Bull up behind him. I might have screwed up here, chat. Might have screwed up. Once again, not a brilliant exit, but it was an exit. We're now 9th. Oh, I really pushed our track limit wide there. Oh, and over the sausage curb. It's been ragged so far, but it is half a tenth improvement. Oh, rode that curb beautifully. Want to push that braking zone harder, and I did. Dab of brakes there to get the car rotated. Hamilton sets the fastest time. Bottas, and I've clouted that curb again. Still got a better run on exit. Oh, run wide. Still a 6, 7 tenth improvement. Where'd it put me? P4. Yeah, we're that's matched our best qualifying of the season. We're definitely going to outperform the car in Russia just due to our strength versus the AI here.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top 3 today. Bottas, Hamilton and Sebastian Vettel. Goodbye for now then, but we're really just getting started. Make sure to join us again for Lights Out tomorrow.
P4, wow. Could have got P3 if we hadn't made some subtle mistakes in the final sector, but the Mercedes looking very, very bulletproof. How much faster than... So we did a 31.2. What did Aitken do? He did a 32.8. Yeah, respectable. He out-qualified Lando. Lando is a second slower than Sainz. What is that about? Do we want Lando next year? Chat, do we actually want Lando next year? He's looking disappointing. Oops.
What's the secret of your qualifying pace?
Having a great team who work tirelessly to get the best out of the car.
How do you feel about this team's performance this season?
McLaren? I've been impressed. Let's butter them up a little bit. Makes me look better, like to sponsors and stuff, if I'm sitting there praising people, you know. Right, beat Science in the rivalry. We should beat Science comfortably, hopefully. I'm hoping that we do. And our acclaim's actually going to go up as well. Oh, is Jack about to go to Jack goes to 7? It's going to mean he's even more expensive, isn't it? Right, it's race day at the Russian Grand Prix.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
So weather looks to be in order. No rain expected. McLaren just out. I see. This is the thing, like, and that's kind of why. I think Suzuka, we're really going to get a wake up in regards to our performance, because Suzuka I do okay at, but I'm definitely not going to be where I am here. So these are the kind of weekends where we really need to capitalise on our clear performance versus the AI. But let's get into the Russian Grand Prix.
Welcome along then to Sochi and the Russian Grand Prix, one of 8 cities in the world to play host to both the Olympics and a Formula One race. It's a Grand Prix that's proven difficult to crack for anyone beyond the first 2 rows of the grid in recent years, so let's see if that can change today. Built on the shores of the Black Sea, the Sochi Autodrome is a 3.6-mile tour around some of the venues built for the 2014 Winter Olympic Games. Close barriers may make overtakes more challenging, but with 56% of the lap taken absolutely flat out, we certainly won't be wanting for pure speed. A fitting arena then to do battle at the pinnacle of motorsport. Anthony Davidson is alongside me as usual for the race today. Why don't we kick off by discussing Max Verstappen? There's a new gearbox in the back of that car, which means a grid penalty, and hopefully some excitement as they make their way through the field.
Fingers crossed that's one failure they won't have to worry about today at least. There's not much of a silver lining to starting down the field with a penalty, but I think they'll be able to make some of that back up over the course of the race.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Good job yesterday from Valtteri Bottas. The Finn starts from pole position, and it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have the captain, Albon, Charles Leclerc and Ricciardo, Perez, Sainz, Ocon, and Antonio Giovinazzi. Vettel, they've taken a grid penalty. Magnussen, Pierre Gasly and Stroll. Verstappen, Raikkonen, Romain Grosjean and Jack Aitken. Norris, Kvyat, Russell and Nicholas Latifi. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out. Then let's see who can prevail today.
Let's see if we can keep the momentum up. Let's get another podium.
Chat, have we been elevated to 3rd because of a Sebastian Vettel grid penalty? I think we have. And much like I said about the tyres, not really going to be any kind of issue around here. So let's dump some fuel in the car so we can use some rich mix. And let's try and have some fun. You know, I don't know where we're going to be in terms of race performance. But I know in terms of quali performance, we look pretty quick. But there's a lot of opportunity for DRS and slipstream around here. So you never know. We could end up being an absolute sitting duck in a straight line with the Renault Donkey in the back of the car. Nonetheless, top 3 start. Highest starting position of the season. Of course, not our highest qualifying position. That is, of course, equal 4th between here and Monza.
To stay in formation and start bringing the car up to temperature, please. Get some load into the
We don't belong to be here.
We want a nice and warm running.
This is incompetent racing Grand Prix. And, you know, Mercedes, Red Bull, Ferrari, an incompetent racing Grand Prix are our top 5. Like, I know I'm like in the middle of that, but you know what I mean. If we see a repeat performance in Japan, I might bump difficulty, but I'm curious to see how we fare in Japan after. Can we even change it between sessions? I think we can. There is a way, I believe. Try and get everything up to temperature. Yeah, we're looking good. The only thing I'm concerned with is the controlled electronics by the look of it. They're at 41%. So that could put other things in jeopardy, but I'm not too worried. Now, what can we do on the run down to turn 1? Can we do anything exciting? I mainly just want to hold position. You know, as much as I'd love to get another podium, I think if I could just sort of either hold position, or if Albon and Leclerc get past me, hold 5th, ideally, because there's a Renault, which I can assume is Ricciardo in P6. Can I actually see from here as we nearly plough into the back of Lewis Hamilton? It is Danny Rick in 6th. Sainz up in 8th. We need to make sure we beat him today.
The rest of the grid is forming up. Be patient and watch for the lights.
Oh, we'll watch for the lights, all right, as Aitken and the Williams get into position. Here we go. It's lights out and away we go for the Russian Grand Prix. It's been a great start for Hamilton. Albon's got a flyer. We are slow as expected. Leclerc on the left. It's stuck into the slipstream of that Ferrari. He's going to look to make a move on Alex Albon. We move to the right-hand side. Can we make a move? Yep, we're back up the inside. Interval Sainz has had a blinder of a start. Was temporarily up into 6th. Perez now holding that 6th position. Albon is trying to challenge Lewis Hamilton, but Bottas leads the way for Mercedes. But Charles Leclerc is looking very racy, and this car is going to feel very different to drive compared to the low fuel runs that we've been used to. We've got over 27 laps of fuel in the car right now. And we're going to burn a bit of that in these early stages. If we can have a bit of a gap before DRS becomes active. Not against Leclerc. I'm mainly looking back at Ricciardo for the car I want to have a gap to.
Okay, the start was fine. Let's try.
Oh, the car's not feeling great on high fuel. Leclerc had a look into the final corner. We've actually kind of pushed him back towards Ricciardo. So I'm not really going to complain there. Ricciardo's going to try and have a go into turn 1 versus Charlie Boy by the looks of things. I've got to get used to how this car feels on high fuel, and I need to do it quickly before DRS becomes enabled. I'm going to wait for all those timing stats to catch up, because there's no way Leclerc is 0.4 of a second behind me. We're burning a bit of this fuel though. Looks like Ricciardo has now been pushed back. Leclerc held his 5th place. Bottas pulling away from Lewis Hamilton by the looks of things. Albon is closing up to the back of him. I need to avoid that curb. That's costing me a lot of time if I hit it.
DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you are within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Oh hey, we've got DRS. Lovely. Let's try and hang on to this as much as possible. Let's turn the engine down to standard. Let's not burn too much more fuel. We completed our objective of making sure that we pulled a bit of time out to Ricardo. It's now going to be a matter of not even sticking with these guys. Like I said, if we can finish 5th today, of course we've got Vettel's going to be charging through the field. And I'm not too sure where Verstappen is.
More, it's time to utilize some of this energy.
Remember, we've got the Sunburst sponsor on the car for the first time, and their objective is to have a clean race. Not too sure what that means, so we're going to try and see if we can have a clean race. Don't think we've had any warnings as of yet, so I want to avoid that if possible.
We're leading our teammate by 10.8 seconds.
So far, so good, though. We are keeping surprisingly close to these two. That dirty air, though, is really, really kicking in off the back of that Red Bull.
Bottas is up in first place.
Yeah, Bottas has noped out of here, my friend. Albon just can't get close enough to Hamilton to have a go. That Honda engine just hasn't got the speed on the straight for him to have a go. And I will say, the DRS is what is very much keeping us close up behind these guys and out of the clutches of Charles Leclerc. I've had a bad run through the final sector, though, so I'm going to need to... Where is the detection point, anyway? It's there, okay. So as long as we get a decent run out of the final corner, we will forever be in the detection point. The detection point is pretty much right there. Okay, that's quite smart. I like that. Because we're pretty much just using overtake out the final corner, making sure we remain in Albon's DRS. Now, chat, what's the money on when Albon tries to make the move on Hamilton? It's a classic case of they have another coming together. Because, I mean... Russell out of Q1? Oh, what? Quali's actually going ahead. Are they actually running qualifying? Also, hello, Liam. Yeah, I welcome all spoilers. There we go. There's a warning for exceeding track limits. That's probably going to hamper my have a clean race objective for Sunburst. But yeah, keep me posted on the quali. I didn't realise they were going to be running. I was sort of keeping an eye on it, and then when I saw all the rain, I was like, ah, well, best probably should stream. Leclerc's getting closer and closer to my DRS. I got way too distracted there. I'll read that momentarily. Just seen the message, but I'm in the middle of cornering sections. like Lewis appears to have turned things up and he's now pulling away from Alex Albon a little bit. Yeah, quali's going ahead at least one session. Who knows if they'll get to go out for Q2. Q1 was red flagged because Giovinazzi crashed. Oh, that means they can't use the FP2 results then. Boo! I was be like, yeah, use the FP2 results. Verstappen on pole, Hamilton 6th, Vettel 16th. Yes, please. Racing Point 2nd row. I was all for that. But yeah, Russell's at Q1 for the first time. Mon the Russell, man. I'm telling you, that guy's purely being held back because of his machinery. The guy is really, really good. Oh, we're just out of Albon's DRS now. We had a very poor final sector. And annoyingly, we have fallen into Charlie Leclerc. Let's try and see if we can catch back up to Albon's DRS. Turn that back up to Rich.
The car ahead is beginning to pull away.
Didn't quite hit that curb right, and I don't think we're going to get back inside Albon's DRS window. I think it's pretty much curtains for that. Hamilton's on pole if they don't go out for Q2. I don't think it's overtake to get past, my friend. I think it's very much overtake to defend, and defend we will. It'll probably go ahead. The rain wasn't terribly bad. I remember seeing a tweet from the official F1 account going, "The rain stopped," and they were like, "And here it is again." I left the door open, Charles. You didn't take it. Bottas has a commanding lead. There we go, look at that, wonderful.
Gap to car in front is 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, take out that bollard. Right, so you can see now that because we're no longer getting DRS from Albon and getting pulled along, we've kind of pegged the gap to Ricciardo at 3.6. It's not coming down, but it's not increasing either. So that could bode well for the rest of the race, or that could bode terribly. Either way, we're coming in at the end of lap 10 to swap to the mediums. God, the car does not feel good right now on these tyres. We're doing what we can to stay ahead of Leclerc right now. Ricardo appears to be the bottle in that, the cork in the bottle of that train, you know. That's a train from Ricardo down to one of the Alpha Tauris at the back of it, by the looks of things.
We want to pit this lap, so push now.
We will indeed be pitting this lap. It's good that we're not that far ahead of that train, though, because it means that we're actually going to come out some way behind it after the pit stop. So I don't really want to be caught out at all in any capacity, you know? Now, I'm trying to remember if the pit lane here is 37 or 50 miles an hour. I feel like that's kind of important information, you know?
The gap to the car ahead is 2.6 seconds.
The only reason I'm going wide there is because I keep clouting that inside curb. I'm supposed to try and ride it a little bit, but even then, that's very hard to do. Let's pretty much just use our battery down this straight. Just use it. There we go. Oh, Leclerc's gone for it. Very late move from Charlie Boy. Didn't quite work out for him. Cost me on turn-in. Looking overcast, but I think that was just the weather forecast for the race. Albon in. Oh, I was way too conservative into the pit lane. I didn't know where the line was. More cars in the pits. Ocon looks like he's in. Oh no, that's Danny Rick that's in, sorry. And we've got a long way down the pit lane. There's Albon. We lost out so much to him because of how conservative we took the pit lane.
Release.
3 seconds, boys. Yeah, we're...
That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops.
Ricardo very much seems closer. Ricardo is a lot closer to us. We lost about a second, 1.1 to 1.2 seconds there versus Ricardo in that pit stop period, which is disappointing. And possibly worse than all that, we've come out right behind Jack Aitken and George Russell, who are both going to pit at the end of this lap, meaning I have to tolerate them being in my way. Oh, Jack, please. Please, Jack. He's not going to slow Ricardo up, is he? No, of course not.
Let's use overtake and burn some of this energy.
Teammate in the pits, naturally.
Jack in the pits.
Magnussen's still going round on the soft tyre. Braked way too late into turn 1 again. Albon also hasn't caught up to Hamilton by the looks of things. Unfortunate. Magnussen is slow on his worn-out soft tyres, and we're catching him at the worst point of the circuit.
The gap to the car behind is 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, not for much longer though. Much like my teammate Jack, we've caught him at the wrong time. We got very unlucky with the traffic, chat. But gap to Ricciardo is down to 1.7 seconds. I'm going to use DRS and my battery
3.0 seconds.
to try and stretch it as much as possible. Hopefully Magnussen can cause him some form of delay. No, we haven't really lost out at all there. So, yeah, during the pit stop phase, Ricciardo's got about a second closer to me. Which is annoying, but what are you going to do? The good thing is we can run in standard pretty much for the rest of the race. And if he does manage to get a bit of a spurt on, heaven forbid, we will be safe. Because we've got some fuel to burn as we set the fastest first sector of the race so far, really trying a push. That's one thing with Russia. While the track is fun to drive, the strategy, boring. Leclerc dropped behind Ricciardo. So, oh yeah, Leclerc was behind me before the stops, wasn't he? My headset's getting very uncomfortable. There we go. God, really trying to attack the curbs does not do you any favours around here at all. I really need to start using my battery a bit better throughout the lap. I could definitely use it some more. Giovinazzi in, that's why we were down there. So we're up in 4th again. Leclerc doesn't even look fast. He's not even challenging Ricciardo at the moment. Another fastest first sector of the Grand Prix so far. Just stretching the gap to Ricciardo now. That felt really good. That felt really good.
Seconds.
Oh, I've pushed that a little bit too hard. That's cost us a bit of time. .5.5. We were actually getting quite a bit closer to Albon. Gap to Ricciardo though is looking nice. Haven't used any battery on this straight. Let's just try and build it back up just a smidge as we've gone very wide through turn 1. Yeah, Leclerc's dropping back from Ricciardo. Does he have some kind of problem? A Ferrari should not be dropping back from a Renault in Russia. At least not pre-patch, maybe post-patch when they've nerfed the Ferrari power unit. I'm losing like 2 tenths just out of that corner because I'm getting greedy over the curbs, man. Bit like through the final corner, in all honesty.
Okay, you're catching the car ahead, but remember, we need to get to the end of the race.
So Charles could be out in Q2.
Teammate behind is
Oh, they're running Q2 right now. I wouldn't be too surprised that Ferrari's aerodynamics are not working, so I can imagine in the wet that thing is a nightmare to drive. Well, I can imagine any F1 car in the wet is a nightmare to drive, in all honesty, but this year's Ferrari does not look good. Oh, there we are.
Bottas is leading the race.
Charles P11, Seb P10. What about, how are the McLarens looking, Liam? Like, how's the rest of it looking? I can imagine it's Red Bull and Merc leading the way. What's the midfield looking like?
Gap to car in front is 1.6 seconds.
And Toby's back. Oh, that's cost me a bit of time. That was disgusting. Lando P3, Sainz P6. Wow, McLaren's looking good. Shame Lando's got to take a 3-place penalty. Albon P9, really? Ooh. Oh, we've gone very late on the brakes there. Very late on the brakes. Let's use some battery, because the more we leave store up, the more we're damaging our energy store, which is, well, it's only at 12% actually. So we ain't really got to worry about that too much. At least I could do with us having a good race, because I think, like I've mentioned, I'm not expecting us to do too hot in Japan or in USA. I actually did some practice laps at USA before going live, just because I've never been too good at it, so I kind of want to see what it's like on this year's game.
8 seconds.
Power!
You've got a lot of spare energy. Use your overtake button.
And Jeff is right, I do have a lot of spare energy. Russell's P12! Mate! That's mega. George Russell, I'm telling ya, if he doesn't get in a Mercedes anytime soon, someone else needs to snap him up. Magnussen, Kvyat, Stroll, Russell with all the exclamation marks, and Charlie Boy Leclerc. Wow. I'd love to have stuck quali on in all honesty, but I didn't know if it was going to run. Like I said, so... Albon not quite with the pace today to be able to catch Hamilton or challenge him. Bottas, though, has looked invincible around Russia. This is like the Bottas circuit, you know, it's like his track where he's just very, very fast. Keep forgetting about my battery, you know. I should really be using it. What was the top 10? Or, you know, just give me some highlights. I know you said Albon was P9 at one point and McLaren's. Which Mercedes was quickest, I suppose, is what I'm asking. Hamilton, Max, Lando was one. Wow. I figured Max would be quite high up. He's known to be quite decent in the wet, isn't he? Then again, the Red Bull deserves to kind of be in that fight anyway. Oops.
We're leading our teammate by
42.9 seconds. Then Seb, Albon, Ricardo, Ocon. Not. I'm so glad I looked back when I did, because that was the 100-meter board. Could have just gone steaming into turn one, like at 4,000 miles an hour. I am really, you know. The FIA have been very lenient with me today. Only one penalty, or one warning, and I think that is going to cost me from having a clean race. But we'll find out. We'll get the definition of a clean race after this. Russell was a 10th and a half of Q3. Man, George is quick. He's so good, and he's held back by the machinery. Hopefully he can kind of prove himself this year, because, I mean, you know, if he proves to be that quick in a Williams, I'm just saying, Bottas out, Russell in. Because Mercedes have not confirmed any drivers for 2021 as of yet. Wouldn't make any sense for Lewis to, like, go anywhere else. And I assume he's still going to drive in F1. He hasn't mentioned anything, so... Dragging a Williams in the rain to P12 as well, right?
Bottas is up in first place.
That's the even more impressive thing about this. Even Jeff's like, there's not really much to talk about in this race. You kind of pegging Albon. I'm not quick enough to catch him, and Ricciardo's not catching me.
Our gap to the car in front is 1.8.
This not much has happened this race, chat, but it's been a decent one, you know.
There's 5 laps of fuel remaining.
Into turn 1 we go. Lap 23. There is 5 laps remaining if you include the one that we are on. These tyres could probably do a whole entire another Russian Grand Prix.
Tyre condition is still looking good.
Yes, Jeff, I already said that. P4 would be amazing here. I know, right? Keep me posted on Q3, please, my dude, if you can. Obviously, I always go for my drink in between races, so I could probably, you know, just have a quick butchers. I couldn't display it, but I suppose I could, you know, at least talk through it with you guys here on stream as it started. Then. So I got a bit distracted by Jeff's message, but if you think you can get past, use the overtake button, and I just rocketed off the circuit. Yeah, just started, 10:30 left. Okay. So I don't mean to alarm you, chat, but I am closing in on Alex Albon. I turned in on the curb and the car did not like it. But a new fastest first sector of the Grand Prix. Maybe we could get a podium. We're not going to be close enough. We need to be neat and tidy through this sector. Oh, Albon got slippery on exit. Just needs to be neat and tidy, neat and tidy. Oh, we've pushed it too wide. No! And it was nearly the fastest lap of the race because we were purple through sector 2 as well. But we've got slipstream and DRS. You go defensive, Albon. You go defensive. Oh, we got it slowed down. And that's us up into P2. Oh, P3, sorry. I'd love for it to be P2, but it is not. I'm not worried about the gap ahead. I'm now got to be worried about defending from Alex Albon. Bottas posts the new fastest lap of the race. Personal best final sector. Personal best lap of the race. I don't think he's got DRS either. I don't think Albon got DRS. Max Hamilton Bottas after the first set of laps. Ooh, interesting. Meanwhile, we've gone deep into turn 1, but we were able, thankfully, due to the massive runoff area. There's been a lot of abuse, but to be fair, if the stewards thought it was to an advantage, I would have got a penalty. Just saying. That was marginal. Wait, Hamilton, Max, Gasly, Pierre Gasly, AlphaTauri. Wow. He's dragging something out of that car as well, isn't he? Bottas does a 34.5. That's ridiculous. Even if I had set the fastest lap, there was no way I was going to be able to then, you know, top that. On to the last lap of the Grand Prix, and I think we could be on for a podium here. All it took was one mistake from Albon for him to get a little bit squirrely. And we seized that moment. And we were able to tear past him into turn 1. And that got us up into 3rd place at the Russian Grand Prix. Have we done way better than we should in this car? Absolutely. But is the AI quite weak around Russia? Also, yes, Bottas 34.4, fastest lap of the race. He wins the Russian Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton brings it home in P2. And we are going to get the 4th podium of the season. P3 at Russia. Huge results.
Top job, my friend,
Absolute
top job.
scenes.
I was a bit worried about this one at the start of the weekend, but you pulled through. Thank you.
And Danny Fiat gets driver of the day because of course he does.
Another superb Russian Grand Prix comes to an end, and it's a thoroughly deserved victory. Tell me, Ant, how do you think they were able to deliver such an incredible result today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble.
Mercedes are on top form once again after an excellent race weekend. It's great to see them up on that podium once again.
Hey, we're tier 14, chat.
And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. More points for Valtteri Bottas, further solidifying his lead at the top of the table. Some amazing talents out on the track today, but Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
It's got to be Valtteri Bottas, a commanding performance that I think had the audience's eyes glued to him.
God, that is wet, chat, isn't it? I'm just having a quick look at this qualifying. That is a soggy circuit.
Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us. and
What
we'll
is
see
going
you
on?
for the next
Verstappen looked very slow on that lap. Bottas improving though. Right, P3. Ricardo got 5th. Leclerc dropped to 6th. Vettel climbed to 7th. Verstappen came from 15th to 9th. Carlos Sainz picking up a point for McLaren, but naturally not as fast as me. And he lost time in Sector 3. Did one Bottas. Don't know if it's maybe got a bit wetter. I mean, I'm not playing it with sound at the minute, so...
Fans really seemed to enjoy that. You made it look easy.
I did, thank you.
You must be happy with the result today.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a great day. The car's looking in great shape for the next race too.
You really looked in control of your car out there. Your team must be thrilled.
The Lewis Hamilton answer. This was for the fans. Couldn't do this without a great team behind me. That'll get some nice bit of acclaim.
Appreciate your time.
Five to 2 that we beat Science there. 15-9 overall. Get a nice little acclaim boost. $4.5 million in the bank. Did we even get our I didn't even notice. Did we get our objective for Sunburst? I assume we did with that much money. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, is our weekly running cost as well? There's 4.5. We'll renew the sponsor of Atlantic. Yeah, they've been one of our best sponsors since like the start. Do we have to reapply that to our car though? I think for some reason it doesn't. Yeah, it's weird how it does that. Anyway, put Atlantic back on the car. Right, chat, I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be back momentarily. That lap from Hamilton was relatively impressive, wasn't it, chat? 1.2 quicker than Verstappen. So even if Verstappen hadn't thrown it, he wouldn't have been on pole anyway. Ricardo's gone up in the claim. He's now very expensive. Right. 355 resource points. What can we protect? We want to protect all our minor upgrades first. Done. So now we're going to have 5 major upgrades that we need to protect going into next season. Okay, that's not too bad. So with the 4.5 million that we've got, do we seen the results? Yeah, I've had a look at the results. I've seen the results. When I went to go grab my drink, I had a quick look. Hamilton, very fast, very impressive. So with this 4.5 million, should we sit on it for a while and really be able to invest in a driver? Or do we finish up like quality control here? Because we could dump the 4 million into these 2 cars. Yeah, no, he is. Like, Verstappen was looking good, and then he threw it away, and then Hamilton just went so much faster anyway. What do we reckon, chat? Do we sit on the money and get like a really good driver and sort of see what's what for the for like end of year in regards to like funding for like our next year car? Or do we dump 4 million into our quality control for our chassis and aero? Or option C, we upgrade another one of these once we get to like 5 million. Take the powertrain up that next level. Max was going to beat his initial lap, but I don't think he was going to be touching the actual pole lap. Have I made the pink livery yet? I haven't actually. I should really do that. Let's do our activities first. In-depth factory tour gets a 750 team acclaim. That's a lot of days. That's a lot of days. Oh god. But we could offset the cost with a sponsor advertisement for the vehicle. That seems relatively straightforward to me. Sit on the money? Yeah, we'll sit on the money. I'm curious to know how much we're going to get. Right, so we wanted to do a pink livery for the Japanese Grand Prix, right? Show off some of the customization. What are we thinking? Pink and white? I could just change the gold to white. Sorry, the gold to pink. I know white will still be the predominant colour, but Breast Cancer Month, October. That was it. I knew there was a reason, I just couldn't remember what it was for the life of me. Pink and white? Alright. Let's go to this gold colour then. Oh, let's get it nice and... Oh, vibrant as hell. Look at that. Look at that. You know, I don't think that looks too bad, you know. Couldn't run it the whole time. But it don't look too bad, does it? We'll run this for our October races. We'll kind of have that... Have I seen the overall results? No, I haven't, actually. I didn't look at all of it. I know Gazzy looked pretty quick. Let's run this for our October races. Did I accept that? Did I okay that? Yeah, we did. We did. Cool. Alright. Science is P3. Lando P6 with a penalty down to P9. Seb P10. Yikes. Science P3, though, is mega. Oh, we need to do the overalls. What? Let's change the overalls as well. Let's change the gold to... Wait, no, keep the character the same. Is Lando P10 down to P13? I'm very bamboozled. I'm bamboozled and schmackeldorfed. Let's change the overalls with a bit of pink as well. Keep the helmet. Let's keep the suit. I can't be bothered to do all the details. We'll just do the car. The car's a bit half-assed though. We'll do the livery. We wouldn't rebrand our whole HQ for, you know. I should do the... Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll keep the team colours though. Right, helmet-wise, let's change the gold to pink. Yes. Get some nice bright pink in there. Well, that's not... It's not bright. It's very weird pink. Either way, we'll accept it. Let's change the suit. It doesn't match. So I mean, dummy shows P6 on the left-hand graphic, I'm pretty sure. There is a discussion about Lando's qualifying position. That was easy. Right. Character pose. Yeah. We'll keep the gold in our logo because that's just part of the logo. We'll go back to that afterwards. Right. We've done our activities. And we got the upgrade. And we get that money. And we get all of that. Oh, look at this. Look at this. 5.6 million, chat. 5.6 million. We are rich. And with the upgrade, we've really moved up. F1 site says P9 for Lando. We've really moved up the pecking order there. So... Wow, with what we did there for our team, we've got our acclaim up to 13. So our our TriStar is now worth 10.3 million. That's kind of silly. That was the worth, like... How much was that worth at the start of the year? Like 5? And we've got, yeah, 5 major parts to protect. We can do that, though. Right, Japanese Grand Prix. Running some pink on our car for a breast cancer awareness month. For the month of October, so we'll be running this at the... What? The Japanese and the USA Grand Prix, by the looks of it. Not even halfway through the stream chat. We still got, like... Still got 2 races left to go this stream. Okay, so... What we got? Cloudy, cloudy, sunny, cloudy. At least there's no rain. We can look at that positively, right? Let's just get out on track. Yeah, Russell's P12 was pretty incredible. Mon the Russell. In the Williams. It's just stuff everywhere. I need to hoover my room quite badly. Right.
We'll be logging some extra data during this session. Nothing you need to worry about, but as we have some new parts, we'll just confirm they're performing to spec.
So I think 7.6 on the wings here, because I get the feeling that in the first sector is where we're really going to be making up a lot of our time. That's kind of where my head's at. I kind of keep the same base on the car and just change the aero on each track that I go to. Right, let's see how Suzuka feels in this year's game. I know I got reprofiled for, what, 2018? 2017? 18? That pink looks quite nice, you know.
Try to nail as many corner gates as you can. The faster you get through each corner, the higher the score. You'll need to deploy your DRS in the DRS zone as well.
We did brake very late for the chicane, though. That's one thing we definitely did not get right there. Oh, they've got rid of that annoying bump. Oh! Thank you, Codemasters. Don't know if that was just the line that I took or whatever, but... Drifted slightly wide, keep the foot in, up the hill. Car feels pretty good here. Apart from the oversteer on the exit.
Activation point.
That's annoying.
That's fantastic. You
Making a website. I'm personally not making the website. That would be Chris. Chris is the smart guy. Chris is making the website. I don't mind this pink, you know.
Manage the tyres through a lap, so try to keep the wear down through each corner. Be especially careful accelerating on corner exit.
Here we go into turn 1. How are the tyres gonna... Oddly enough, the tyres didn't react too well to me just thundering into turn 1. Try and be nice and polite to them. Okay, so we haven't destroyed them through the first sector. That's good. Look after them through the Degners. There we go. Tyre wear test has come along very nicely. Keep it nice through 130R. And then we just need to be delicate with the tyres through the chicane. It's exactly what we've done. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Where did I... Ah, there we go. Fuel management. God, we're just spamming through these, chat. Excuse me. Pop that there. Wonderful. Away we go for the Fuel Management Grand Prix. Wait, no. That's not right. That's never right.
In this program, we want you to focus on fuel-saving technique. Lift and coast through corner entry to save as much as you can while keeping under the minimum lap time.
I need to be a bit more cautious into the chicane with where I'm braking. And lift. Right, it's been delicate into spoon. Missed the apex by about 4 Grand Canyons right there. Easy.
Very good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that.
Easy.
So far, our fastest lap is a 1:30.4.
Where's that 1:30.4 put us anyway? Currently 4th fastest. Only 2/10 off Verstappen, actually. Might just do the do, you know. Anyway, race strategy. Let's go and do that.
Okay, we need a few solid laps here to help us calculate a good race strategy.
There's Alex Albon up ahead of me. We'll just do the 5 laps of the race strategy just so it counts towards that lovely little Atlantic offer. Because that Atlantic offer, that's so easy. Just do 75 laps for like that amount of money. Absolutely no complaints out of me. All about sponsor objectives. My loyalty, or the great quote goes, my allegiance lies with the highest bidder. Oh, that's not quite gone according to plan, but only lost a couple of hundreds. Assuming I can change difficulty between sessions, chat, I might do that. Because this looks like it might be another bit of an easy weekend, and our car isn't truly reflective of where we're positioning it, so I might crank it up by a couple. Well. I was thinking about leaving it on 95 for the rest of the season. I mean, we discussed it earlier in the stream, but I do feel it's a bit unnecessary. I want the car to be reflective of its performance as we cut the chicane and take out the bollards.
Great lap. You nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
Look at the speed. This is one of my favourite tracks in game to drive. It really is something special, this first sector. Maybe the car would reflect zone levels if you didn't make your own track limits. True, true. For Russia, true. Obviously, you know, my track limits here in Japan, I'm a lot more constrained because unlike the very inviting runoff areas that Russia has, in Japan we have gravel and grass. So, you know, it's I really do want to push turn 1 harder, but then I just feel like I lose so much in the second corner. Oh, some of the tyres feeling a bit second hand, carried a bit too much speed. Yeah, now we're starting to really lose a little bit of grip and maybe push a little bit too hard. Though Sainz has gone quicker than us in the McLaren. I don't know if they bought an upgrade. I think they bought an upgrade to this track, actually, thinking about it. tyres, they're not super worn. Though the front right is getting a bit hot. Then again, I was looking at it just as I exited Spoon Corner, so of course it's going to get a bit hot. It is the right front tyre at the end of the day. I can definitely push that braking down a little bit more. A little bit more. Right, Albon in the pits. Philip Stringer, my man. How's it going, dude? Great to see me back. Yeah, man, this is back and better than ever. After not doing so hot on 2019, I figured I needed some redemption. And then when I saw what Cody's were announcing for 2020 with the My Team mode, well, I just couldn't resist, could I? So, as you've probably noticed by the channel, I have poured a lot of time into it already. Aiming to have Season 1 finished by the end of tomorrow.
So far, we're getting great data. Stay focused.
Who's that coming out of the pits? That is a Haas. It's Roman Grosjean, who is retiring at the end of this season of My Team. If we remember that notification from yesterday's stream. It's worth the investment, man. It is really worth it. I've put so many hours into it already because, you know, I've always loved the F1 games. I love racing games, always have, probably always will. And I've always loved management style games like Motorsport Manager, Football Manager, any kind of management style games. So when they basically blended the two together, how could I say no? So yeah, it's well worth it, I would say. Well worth it.
So come on back to the garage and I can talk you through the numbers.
Please, oh please, talk me through the numbers, Jeff. Please, oh please. Lap times are all over the gaff. Right, 30.4 is our fastest lap. Science 5 thousandths quicker than me. Our lap times are very similar. I've got nearly a tenth on him in the first sector, and he's just got improvements on me like everywhere else. So,
if you want to know specific information or make certain changes to
right, quali pace.
You can tell me what you want over the radio. Press and hold the radio button to activate the system, and you...
I don't know why the game has felt the need to give me a tutorial for every single practice section, every single race weekend. It's... I know. Like, I know what I'm doing at this point. So this is quali lap practice, and by the looks of it, we have cars ahead of me. And I don't like that at all, one bit. Gone down to 4th. What am I doing? Dirty hairline Lando. Just kept it on the circuit. Lando, please. Lando, please. Oh, Lando, you're on the hard tyre as well. Don't make me... That's our potential future teammate there, chat. Making my life harder than it needs to be. Right, K-Mag. We might have run a bit wide there. Might have cost us. Yeah, we're probably not going to get the lap done in this one attempt. Need a clear track, really. Suzuka's not the best for following other cars. Unless we can corner cut the final chicane like an absolute fiend. I figured that would invalidate it. I figured that might invalidate it. Right, let's just... Oh, they're going to be there again, aren't they? Right, here. I've got an idea, actually.
Okay, this is a quali sim. We've estimated the time.
But then we've got this Haas.
We'll be doing, so that's
Right.
what we need to beat.
You go as well. Grosjean, go. Don't care who this Mercedes is. I appear to have knocked my headset. No, we're fine. We've got sound. Got really scared for a second then. I wasn't going to have sound. Right. Now we're going to try giving this another go. We lost quite a heap of time there. Made some of it back on corner exit, but... Trying to find the right turning point for the second part of Spoon is very hard. But we should be okay on the Delta. I'm actually not that confident. Especially not that confident now that we've run out of ERS. Some light corner cutting. And it's a program complete.
That's the program complete. This is some decent data, although far from optimal. It could still be worth running again.
Oh no, it was a green result, not a purple result. Oh, whatever, I don't care. We got points. That's what matters. Yeah, what's the... Is it going to give me any idea on the... what you want the purple time to be? No, you're not going to give me that at all, are you?
29.1.
Whatever. Right. I think we're done in practice. Advances this way. We're going to get to rank 15. Oh, we're going to get ourselves a new badge. We are going to get ourselves a new badge. Oh, no, wait, that was already had. We've just got the Galaxy race suit and some new gloves.
It's time to remind ourselves of our top three, who are the captain, Verstappen, and Charles.
Bloody hell, Jack Aitken, you feeling all right?
As free practice is over. However, we'll be back shortly for more Formula One action.
He got 14th. Mental. He was over 2 seconds faster than Latifi. Right, and let's just simulate the rest of these practice sessions, because I really can't be bothered to do the ERS management. It's just not fun at all in the slightest. Right, we're about 2 hours or so into the stream chat. Can anyone verify for me if there has been any sound delay? Acclaim's looking really good. Is it going to drop again? Why does our team Acclaim go down during practice? It might be due to my warnings, maybe. That could have something to do with it. Right. Let's invest in some major... How much are these? 525 points. Lovely. Let's adapt that part. 557. So we could get our chassis done. Right, lovely. We've protected everything on the chassis, so we just need to get those 3 upgrades for aero, and we will have adapted every part for the regulation change next year. Good. And then we might be able to invest some more points into a little bit more development. Or not. I'm really curious to know how this game is going to look, like what the transition period between seasons is like. Because I haven't seen anyone up to the same point that I'm at in this career mode, you know? So I kind of really want to know. I mean, someone could very much be there. They might have just done like 3 lap races. But I haven't seen it, and part of me really wants to see it, but I also don't want to Google it just in case, you know? Anyway, let's get into quali for the Japanese Grand Prix. Right. All we got to do is take some fuel out of the car, and we will be very much on our way. Hamilton's already going out to track, so we might as well do the same.
All complete. Mechanics, please stand clear. We're ready to go.
Could this be the race where a teammate of mine gets points? Because they can look not bad. I think this will be a proper reflection of our pace around this circuit this session, though. The car felt really good on the soft tyre. So I'm hoping for a good lap, you know. Sucks that the German Grand Prix couldn't be on this calendar. I love the German Grand Prix, but... And I think Lee Mather has also said, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to, like, any tracks that they are able to race at in 2020 can't, like, get added. Because, obviously, we've had the confirmation that F1's going to Mugello for the first time ever. At least for a race. Like, they've done some testing there before, but they're racing there in September. That'd be cool to see added. I'd love what they did back with, like, the 2013 game, where they added, like, Imola... What was it? Imola, Jerez, Brands Hatch. Man, Brands Hatch was fun to drive in modern F1 cars. And that was those. Imagine, like, these 2020 F1 cars around Brands Hatch. They'd do it in, like, 50 seconds. Carried a bit too much speed there. Yeah, we're well out of shape through the Degners. Ooh, got on the power nicely there. Was that 26.8 from Hamilton? It's one the bollard's taken out. I'm sure we'll take out the other one on another lap. 27.7 from me.
Fuel now. The tank is empty.
Oh, there's Jack Aitken. Go on, Jack. Out you go. Nope. Proceed. Right, we're just going to go return to garage anyway. Vettel's now gone second. Slower than science. Mainly through Sector 2. Which is understandable because we were well out of shape pretty much everywhere
Best lap
in
so
Sector
far is
2.
at 1:27.7.
So I know we can go faster than that. Track's busy right now. Let's let it drop in popularity. Right, so Aitken's down to 18th. We're still 8th. Right, fresh set of tyres, fresh set of tyres, fresh set of tyres. Can I?
We're 8th in the speed trap, 196.1 miles per hour.
It's not letting me set a... It's not letting me do a fresh set of tyres. Can I not? Hello? It's not letting me change my tyres. There we go. That was weird. It wasn't responding to those inputs. That was really weird. Anyway. Let's try doing another lap. We can definitely find a couple of tenths. From where we were well out of shape in the Degners. And I was a little bit cautious into the braking zone into the final chicane. So what I might do on this flying lap, I'm going to regulate my ERS a little bit so I've actually got some left at the end of the lap. Because we're running out upon entry to the chicane. And we kind of really want ERS to help punch us out of the chicane. Like, we're going to be losing time up towards the line. So, I don't know where I'm going to do that. But I'm going to do it. I think we'll do it on, like, in points where we're not on the throttle, because, you know, when we're not on the throttle, we're not getting the benefit of ERS, you know, so it's going to be trying to navigate that mid-corner. It's going to be hard, but what can you do? Anyway. And I wonder if I can... Does that gain me anything? No. Sort of hoping it would, but there you go. Oh, whoa! No. No, no, no.
Got front wing damage.
we were a bit... Pushed it a little bit too much there. So I thought, because of the earlier turn in, we'd have it. And then, oh, it was on the bump. I thought we could have potentially kept our foot in it when we went wide. And it was this... Where's the camera change? There's like a bump. So I was like, keep the foot in, keep the foot in, keep the foot in. Then the back went, and then right there, as we came off the curb, is where we lost it. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Right. It's going to leave us one shot left. So let's strap on a fresh set of boots.
Car repairs have set us back a little.
Right, track is apparently clear, but if I go out now, everyone's going to be coming out for their final run by the time I get round to do my lap. I'm going to get traffic. That's a hell with it. Let's go anyway. I'm just going to do the flying lap out as well. I really don't care for driving around at a slow pace on an out lap. I should, because I'd have saved like 2% of tyre wear, but, you know. See, this is what I mean. Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna catch that racing point. Look at this. I've immediately binned my lap anyway. Yeah, no, that was dreadful, dreadful timing by me. Dreadful timing. Sergio. No. That was childish. Oh, come on. I deserve that. I deserve that so much. Whatever.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three. Hamilton.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Sebastian Vettel. With qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid lineup for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race.
It's so annoying on the grounds of we've qualified 11th, meaning we'd be in prime position to start on an optimal tyre, but I've decided to go and get myself a 5-place grid penalty by having a paddy and hitting Perez. Ah, well. Funny though, isn't it?
The fans really seem to enjoy that. You made it look easy. How do you feel these grid penalties are affecting the sport?
I blame the No, I'm not going to comment. Why would I say anything to that?
It's been a great qualifying session for you. Are you going to carry that momentum into the race?
Yeah, that's the plan. Keep them on me tomorrow and you'll see something special.
Do you think this team are performing as well as they could do?
Yeah, sure, they're hard workers.
You left some body work out there on the track.
Oh, shut up. These qualifying ones are just a bit like, ugh.
Well, here's hoping they're working hard to find some improvements.
Cheers, Claire. Appreciate it. Whoops. Anyway, Science beat me in the quali, but we can try and have a better race than him. I'm sure we will. 16-11 though, so it's fine. And what's that looking like in terms of the team acclaim? I bet our team acclaim goes down because we got a grid penalty. I deserve that.
So, unfortunately, we've picked up some grid penalties, and we'll be starting further back than you expect. As for how bad it is, that'll depend on what the other drivers get.
Right, okay, race day. Just to reiterate, you've been given a grid penalty for colliding with another driver during the earlier sessions this weekend. You've been pushed back 5 places, so we start 16th. I mean, we can work with that, chat. It's not the end of the world.
Welcome along then to the magnificent Suzuka International Circuit, a stone's throw away from Issa Bay in the beautiful Japanese countryside. What surprises lie in wait for us today in the Japanese Grand Prix? 18 corners make up a lap of the incredible figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit, with 10 to the right and 8 to the left, for a distance of 3.6 miles. Average lap speeds around here are fairly quick. If it stays dry, then expect somewhere in the region of 136 miles per hour. Joining us today to oversee all the thrills and spills, it's Anthony Davidson. And great to see you. How are you feeling about the race today, and how are the circuit conditions from what you've seen?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Vettel, Verstappen, Valtteri Bottas, and Ricciardo, Sainz, Ocon, Fiat, and Lando Norris. Stroll, Gasly, Alexander Albon, and Perez. Giovinazzi, the captain. They'll be starting further back after an earlier grid penalty. Kimi Raikkonen and Jack Aitken. Magnussen, Grosjean, Russell, and Nicholas Latifi. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track and get this Grand Prix underway.
Right, so Science is starting 7th, we're starting 16th, and that's the man that we need to beat.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down.
But the positive we have is that we are running the 1-stop, whereas Science will have to run the 2-stop. Or he has to, you know, try and stretch those soft tyres. But I get the feeling the 1-stop's going to be better. Because it's always tended to work out that way in the other races that we've done. So, no faffing about. Let's just get into this one. You know, has everyone gone soft because they plan on... Everyone's on the soft. Surely not everyone's running the 2-stop. This is going to be like Zandvoort, actually, thinking about it, where the AI are probably going to stretch the soft tyre and then take the hard quite long, which means that we'll have better tyre life later in the Grand Prix. That's my prediction. Now that I look at it, I'm like, everyone's on the soft tyre. Why is everyone on the soft tyre? But now that I look at it, that might be why. And we're in an alpha sandwich again. Nearly hit Giovinazzi. Wouldn't be the first time I've hit him on a formation lap. So, yeah, we've got to try and beat Carlos Sainz today. That's our objective, and he currently sits P7. Albon's out of position. We're actually very close to our teammate. Second race of the stream. Remember, this is a long one today. I've separated the last 6 races out into 2 streams rather than 3. So we're doing 3 streams. This is the second race. We'll be doing USA. And then tomorrow, after the Grand Prix, we'll be live again. Doing Mexico, Brazil, and Abu Dhabi. To round off season 1 of my team. Oh, really lit up the rear tyres there. I'm a bit scared going into turn 1. I suppose this is the point where I re-mention my rule of we can do restarts or flashbacks on lap 1 incidents. Anything after I cross the line is my responsibility and we have to be held to it. Here we go. The lights are out and away we go for the Japanese Grand Prix, and it's a dreadful start to the surprise of no one. Try to keep our nose clean. Let's get back up the inside of Kimi Raikkonen. We're getting a bit argy-bargy. Through the S's we go for the first time. Gio's looking a little bit vulnerable. There's some side-by-side running up through the S's. Albon and Perez battling away. Sparks flying in my general direction. Is Gio going to be slow on the brakes? He is. Let's slither up the inside there. Try and pull ahead on traction. That will then set me up for the inside of the hairpin, which is where we're going to dive down the inside of Albon and Perez. Yellow flag. Were we considered ahead when the yellow flag was waved? Looked like we were. Also, that's not Perez. That is Lance Stroll we've actually gone down the inside of. So we've fought our way up to 13th. We have run wide, though, at Spoon. It's going to give Stroll an opportunity. Hasn't taken it, though. Instead, he looks like he's contending with Alex Albon. We come to the end of the first lap. There's a McLaren ahead of Perez. That is, unfortunately, Norris. We're not that close to Sainz at this moment in time. Lewis Hamilton leads the field away quite comfortably, actually. There appears to be a Renault acting as a block at the moment, or a cork in the bottle, I should say. So I'm expecting all these guys to be pitting around lap 6, lap 7 for their soft tyres, and hopefully we can capitalise then. The dirty air through this first sector is appalling. That car, oh, it's like I was driving a different machine through sector 1. Need to get used to how this car is going to handle with the high fuel, because right now it does not want to turn in, especially at Spoon. We've actually got Lance Stroll in our slipstream. We've outbraked ourselves somewhat into the chicane. We're not looking too fast, in all honesty. Stroll is up the inside for turn 1 potentially. He backs out of it though. No, he didn't back out of it. He tried. Oh, there was contact between myself and Stroll. He's been able to collect it, but he's lost a couple of places. Thought he backed out of the move, and we might have made a little bit of contact with him. Well, we definitely did, and my front tyres are screaming apparently in terms of overheating. Might explain why I've got no front end grip. Yeah, look at the fronts. Look at the front tyres. Albon is all over me at the minute. It almost makes sense to let him go. He is in a faster car. Because hell, if Perez is getting away from me, I'm sure Albon could very much get away from me as well.
Gap to teammate behind is 3.4 seconds.
Right, there goes Albon. He's now through into 13th place. I'm actually going to turn my fuel mode down for now. I think we may have made a bit of a mistake with our strategy. It would appear the soft to the hards might be preferable, but it is only lap 4. So we will indeed see.
Gap to car in front is 1.5 seconds.
Albon's pulled a second and a half on me in one lap. I'm not too surprised, in all honesty. Ooh, right, we're gonna, in race conditions, this car needs, a crank more front wing in race conditions, I'm feeling. I'm also being very easy into the braking zone there of the hairpin. What I can hope is the soft tyre starts to fall away very soon. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I can only sort of see everyone's kind of extending this stint. Instead of pitting at the end of like 6 or 7, they're going to pit like 9 or 10. It's a personal best, but it's not that quick. If we're honest, Giovinazzi closing in, Stroll right behind him. All out of shape once again through the Degners. We've lost a bit of time. Unlike where we were looking strong in Russia. Only hope cars are going to be coming in soon for a 2-stop. It's my only real saving grace for some kind of decent position. I need to use my battery a hell of a lot more. Another new personal best. front is really starting to not feel good through some of these corners. Slight position change and we did a bit better. Thankfully it's in cooler conditions. I would not want to be my front tyres if this was a hotter race.
Plus 1 lap with extra fuel. Fuel target plus 1.
R&D at +1. We're actually gaining back a bit of fuel in the standard mix. Not a huge amount, just a little bit. Which is a-okay by me, because I'm going to turn it up after cars start to pit.
The gap to the car ahead is 4.4 seconds.
Got well too late on the brakes for the chicane. And that's cost me A, a personal best, and B, oh no, Giovinazzi's not quite close enough to have a go. So you sort of got to that 6/10 sort of position in regards to how close he is behind me, and he hasn't been able to close up any more since then. So not really much going on this Grand Prix right now. Could shake out to be very exciting on strategy. But yeah, cars around me are yet to pit. Cars are in. One car is in. Ricardo going to the hard tyres. He's the first one to blink.
1 seconds.
So I can expect more cars in the pits. More cars in the pits this time around.
Our gap to the car in front is 5.6 seconds.
Felt very conservative through this middle sector. That's probably why Giovinazzi's the closest he's ever been coming into 130R. Practically dragged him through the whole thing. Cars are in the pits. Teammate is in.
Jack is coming in for a stop.
So yeah, they are on the one stop. They've gone to the hard tyre now. I've been absolutely played by the AI and their strategy. feel good, Jeff. You're not in my position right here. So we've still got a few laps left to go before we pit.
Norris is in the pits.
Fantastic.
Well approaching the pit wing.
Personal best lap of the Grand Prix. Up into P4. Due to pit stops though. Nothing else. Oh, that's utilising all the space that we've got.
Gasly's out in front.
Pierre Gasly leading the Japanese Grand Prix run. Let's turn the engine back down. Save that extra half a lap that I have for once we have made our pit stop. As long as we're lapping relatively consistently, which we are. Gio is in. Stroll carries on. Those racing points really stretch their tyres. We take the lead of the race. Tyres are still somewhat decent. We did a personal best in the first sector. I think Stroll is starting to struggle on those soft tyres. Nearly at the 3-hour mark, and Hamilton has now passed Stroll.
We're going to box this lap. Push hard on the inlet.
Alright, and we are coming in this lap. Stroll has come in that, like, just a lap before me as well, so he going to get an undercut on a fresh set of hard tyres. Oh, car got a bit snaky on the curb. Pushed way too hard through the Degners. But we haven't lost out too much in terms of our personal best. Hamilton is up my outside. I can't afford to be playing games with Lewis Hamilton on my in lap. Any time that I lose here is critical. I'm literally going to use everything down this straight. Lewis, you're actually best off sitting in my slipstream. I'll pull you along.
For excess fuel, we'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down.
There we go. In. Now where are we going to come out? That's the question. Oh, well, there goes Science. He's already miles ahead of us. 2.2 from the boys. It's a phenomenal stop.
Pit strategy complete. See these tires through.
They're on mediums. Giovinazzi and Stroll on... Do they plan on stretching those mediums to the end of the race? They must do. So hold on. We did purple in the tyre wear test to basically be told... Yeah, you need to go medium hards. Is that what the game is telling me? Because the AI has been able to do soft medium. That's ridiculous. No way that can be correct. Surely... They are pitting again. They absolutely 100% have to be pitting again. I mean, I appreciate the fresh hard tyres. Like Stroll and Gio, I can understand them not pitting again because of when they pit for their fresh tyres. That makes sense. But the guys who pit around like lap 9, there's no way they're going to the end. No way. I've made this mistake on assuming before, though. Take out those bollards and create some, you know, interesting track limits.
The gap behind us is 3.1 seconds.
Can I just say the crank of front wing feels amazing.
Okay, gap ahead is 6.7 seconds.
This car feels like a different animal. This crank of front wing and these hard tyres, this car feels incredible. .130.7 new personal best. Whoa, push the car wide. So we're not just going to breeze up to the pack of cars in front of us. But we are making some progress. But we're very much in a world of our own at the moment, where we've got 5 seconds ahead and 5 seconds behind. Bottas 30.5.
Bottas has just put in a new fastest lap.
Yes, he has, Jeff. I was able to successfully see that.
The car behind is dropping back by about 0.3 a lap.
I think that's roughly what I'm pulling in on Perez. Pretty much all through the first sector, in all honesty. Apart from when you run a little bit wide like that.
We're starting to catch the car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
I really don't know how to feel about this race so far. It's felt okay, but we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. And I feel like I've been absolutely bamboozled and schmeckled off by the AI on strategy. And I really attacked that chicane badly. Yeah, I lost so much time. All that 4/10 I lost, pretty much all in the final sector there. We are slowly closing in on Perez, like I said, but beautiful. Great bit of traction there out of Degner too. Oh, I could just see the faintest signs of a racing point turning into 130R there. New personal best. 4 seconds to Perez. It's a shame we got turn 1 and 2 so wrong there. been a weird one, chat. It's been a real weird one, this Grand Prix. I'm chasing down Perez for all I'm worth. But the closer we get to the end of this Grand Prix, the closer I believe to thinking that they are indeed on that one stopper. And I don't know how they managed to get a set of softs and then mediums to last that long. Charles Leclerc, fastest lap.
It is 3.4 seconds.
Alright, that's very much a corner cut. How did the game not say that was a corner cut? Is beyond me. Yeah, they're not going to pit again for soft tyres. How? This race has been a very weird one. A very weird one. I mean, like I mentioned, it's, you know, where we're running right now is more reflective of our pace compared to what Russia was. Hamilton, they're just trading fastest laps, the AI now. And obviously, if they're setting fastest laps, they've got no need to pit. That's at least for the front runners. Maybe Sainz will have to make an emergency pit stop. That'd be nice. I don't see it happening though. Oh!
The teammate behind is 20.4 seconds.
.3 is the gap. AI trading fastest lap and fastest lap.
The fastest lap of the race so far.
I've not really got much else left to give. That's definitely, yep.
There's 5 laps of fuel remaining.
Don't really have anything left to give in terms of my performance. I doubt those medium tyres are going to fall off a cliff in the next couple of laps. It'd be nice if they did, but I don't see it happening. Closing up to Perez. We're not going to be able to do anything with it when we get there, though. My hands actually hurt.
Our gap to the car in front is 1.7 seconds.
It's annoying because we're getting closer to the whole gaggle. If we had been on the same... Well, I don't know what would have happened if we had been on the same strategy as the AI, in all honesty. We've shown great pace on this hard tyre, but that's probably because we've been able to push it, whereas the AI are like looking after it, I guess. As we make a mistake and lose about 3 laps of work to Perez. Annoyingly, we're only about 1.2 behind. Not that passing Perez would have achieved anything though, because we'd have still been outside the points. Stroll got past Giovinazzi at the end, but he's still 8.5 behind. AI just trading fastest laps. Look at that. Hamilton goes fastest. Look, wow. Hamilton, Leclerc, then Bottas. I imagine that's the top 3.
There's 3 laps of fuel remaining.
Awesome. Well, we've got 3 laps left, so, you know, keep pushing. Let's see if we can close up to Sergio once again. It's this first sector where we're quick. Yeah, I'm going to start losing the grip now, but the AI have been able to go soft medium. Yeah, I'm just about going to make medium soft work. I'm so annoyed about that, in case you couldn't tell. I was like, oh, everyone's doing a 2-stop, this is fantastic, and then all of a sudden I've been made to look like a bit of a mug. Hamilton. Anyone going to be able to break into the 29s? Doesn't look like it. What have you missed? You missed a podium, Mr. Lee. You missed a podium in Russia. And me getting absolutely schmeckled off by the AI. Because they've been able to do a soft medium run in Japan, whereas I've done medium hard. And it hasn't worked. Because even though I got purple on the tyre wear test, they recommended this as the strategy.
We're leading our teammate by 23.6 seconds.
But like I sort of said, this is a lot more reflective of our car's performance, unlike Russia. It's a personal best in the first sector. I do love how consistent the hard tyre is over the course of a stint. So we are within Perez's DRS. Apparently we were nearly within his gearbox there. I'd love to be able to get a slipstream down the back straight. Hamilton, there it is, a 29.3. That's ludicrously fast. Right, we're going to use this. Oh, we got a poor exit. Why did we get a poor exit on the one lap where we've got DRS? We've been chasing Perez for laps. And it comes down to the last lap of the race. It's for P13. I think that says our whole race there, chat, where we've just binned it, where we chased him down. My one shot was going to be into this hairpin, and we got wide in the Degners. So, it's going to be P14 at Japan. Hamilton fastest lap of the Grand Prix, and he wins it for Mercedes. Finally breaking the duck and going to eat into Bottas's championship lead. Nothing really to talk about this race. Just a bit disappointing, really, I guess. It'd have been nice to pass Perez, seeing as, you know, we had a bit of a paddy and hit him in quali, which meant we got a grid penalty.
They've done it then, here at Suzuka. A brilliant win on this beloved figure of 8 circuit. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Well, time management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today.
And I can see the drivers starting to approach the podium for the victory celebrations. A real team victory today. Everybody played their part. Congratulations then to Mercedes, your race winners today.
I gave it absolutely everything.
And now let's take a look at the driver's standings. Not the result our points leader wanted, but it certainly makes things interesting going forward. Now, let's discuss, Ant. Who would you say is a contender for driver of the day?
I'll probably go for Pierre Gasly. The team did a good job with the strategy to put him in amongst the pack, but it's the driver's job to capitalise on those opportunities, and he did so with a lot of skill.
It's time to check out the constructors'
Good job,
standings.
Pierre.
Mercedes continue to extend their lead. Meanwhile, AlphaTauri's strong weekend allows them to continue their march up the table. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic
To be
weekend
fair,
of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
AlphaTauri did get a double points finish. I pushed so hard in that last stint, and it ended up meaning bugger all. I don't understand how the strategy was read so wrong. But note to self for season 2: soft to mediums in Japan. Jack Aitken only 25 seconds off me in the end. And granted, his fastest lap was a second and 3/10 slower than mine, but he beat both Hasses and both Williams. So good job, Jack Aitken. Good job. But we are not done, chat. No, no. Science beat me. It's frustrating. It's 18 to 15 now. We're going to one of my weakest tracks on the calendar. We didn't. Oh yeah, we didn't even achieve a top 12 finish. But we had a clean race, apparently, from Sunburst. And there's some damage deductions, because, sure, why not? 7.5 million in the bank. What to do with so much money, you may ask? Well, we're going to sit on it for a little while, is what we're going to do. Oh, it's an invitational event. Ooh. So we've got 3 days and we've got 5 days. What have we got for these 3 days? Title sponsor venue opening. durability equipment upgrade. Gets us some resource points. We could do with some resource points. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then... this. Wonderful. We'll carry on running our white and pink livery because it's still the month of October. Sorry, chat. Got some yawns. What do I want to do with this cash? I know I want a better teammate, so I know that's what I'm looking at. We're still keeping an eye on our boy. He's going to be so expensive. He's going to be so expensive. Bloody Giuliano Alesi. Look at him. Who remembers Alesi? And we've got Jack Aitken as well. Right, anyway. Now that right there is the most money we've ever had. This is great. Standings wise, we're 8th in the drivers, 6th in the constructors. I kind of want to sit on the money. Just keep sitting on the cash. You might get a lot of money at the end of the season. I reckon I am going to get a lot of money at the end of the season. If we go to our sponsors, I know I've achieved that objective and it's now sitting at 10.3 million. But I want to keep a lot of money because I don't know what the cost of the engines is going to be. Like, yes, we have an idea on what it's going to cost due to the first episode, but is that going to be the same? You know? So I kind of want to keep a lot of money at the end of the season, and I want to know what that season transition looks like, so I'm probably not going to spend anything right now. So let's advance. Wonderful. What is this? We've got an invitational event at an invitational pursuit event at Sochi. We'll do it. There's no reason not to. It's driver acclaim and money. Like, there is no reason to not do it. Oh, you mean based upon where the team is? Probably, yeah, because that is how it works. That is indeed how it works. You are very right there. I don't know what the optimal RPM is. Lights are out and away we go. And it's... So we're driving the 2006 Renault in this pursuit challenge. We have 3 laps to catch up. And thankfully it's Russia, where I like to abuse track limits. Although this car clearly isn't as glued to the road as the Team Incompetent or Incompetent Racing Grand Prix mobile. Anyway, we've got 15 seconds to first place that we need to try and catch up over 3 laps. Right, we're very nearly into 4th, up behind what looks like a McLaren Honda. We're going to go right around the outside. Fantastic work. And then we've got Michaelski. A butcher of pronunciation, but in the slipstream. We're going to pull over to the left-hand side. Oh, there's the move up into 3rd. Now we've got some work to do to catch up to second place. And then Atea in first. That's where we need to be at the end of this pursuit challenge. Oh, the Renault is not fun to drive around here. That's the 92 Williams we are currently chasing down. Of Sari. Don't know if we're going to get him in this straight line. This 2006 V8 engine. Not quite going to have the grunt. But we're going to get close. Oh, he's very slow into turn one. Let's... On the acceleration. Groove tyres versus slick. Well, that's what 14 years of development does to you. And then crazy enough to think that this car is from 2006 and the F1 cars of today are 14 years on from this. I think we're going to be taking the lead on the last lap, although we've only got 5 seconds left to make up, which shouldn't be too hard as we creatively extend the track beautifully. And we can see first place. Oh, running wide. It's another Williams. Oh, look at this. See you later, nerd. Have some dirty air. Yeah. And we will corner cut McGee our way now. Round the last lap. To successfully complete this challenge. Get that 1,000 driver acclaim. And of course rake in the money. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna sit on the cash for the end of the season, see what kind of payouts we get, and then we can obviously move into negotiations. We need to keep our team acclaim high because obviously if we want to lure away big Lando from McLaren, he's up to like 11 acclaim. So our team needs to have higher acclaim than that, which currently it does. And of course we need the money. There goes the bollard, and across the line. That is one invitational challenge done. And that is podium pass 16. So we've now got the Galaxy gloves as well. No, it's not. We're 50 XP away. But we did it, which is nice. Right. And then we move on to our last race of the stream at USA, which I'm not very comfortable, or I'm not very confident in. But we'll see. So there's some money and some acclaim. Wonderful. Let's advance the time for all of our bits to come in. Look at that. Look at the $. We have resource points as well, right? So we need to make sure as well that we've got everything protected. So we just need to do these 3 aerodynamics ones. And then we might be able to start actually then developing some more parts. You know, we've got durability, but who cares about durability? Anyway, chat, I'm going to be right back. I have returned. Certain drivers won't join your team unless facilities are a certain spec. I forgot about that. That's an excellent point to raise, Lee. So here's what I'm thinking then. We will, after this next race, we'll have enough money, right? For Lando. So, we will go and bother Lando, see what he wants, and see if we need to invest. How's that for a plan? Right. Right. Don't think you can check till the driver market's open. I mean, the driver market's open, right? I could... Oh, yeah, no, I can't approach him, can I? Oh, does the driver market... Does it open at a certain point, then? So, does the driver market not open, like, until later? I think you might have thrown a spanner in the works, yeah. When does the driver market open? I didn't know that was a thing. When does the driver market open? Sorry, Anyway, let's just go to the race weekend. I can't be bothered to think about that. Right, I don't feel confident about USA. Oh, it's wet quali as well. Ick. What am I doing? Progress history, that's what I want. Man, Williams have been left behind. Red Bull have overtaken Ferrari. So Mercedes, Red Bull, Ferrari, Racing Point, Renault, McLaren bring no updates. We are right behind McLaren. Alfa Romeo haven't bought updates in forever, and apparently we're faster than AlphaTauri. This season's been all over the place, right? Look at it. Like 20th, 16th, 15th, 11th. We should have got points in Zandvoort anyway. 19th, 22nd, 20th, 5th, 2nd, 3rd, 19th, 11th, 22nd, 7th. It's all over the gaff. Right. Into practice 1 we must go. Oh. Squeeze me. So here comes some. Oh no, wait, no. Car setup first. What am I doing? And then let's.
We have a number of programs to run during these practice sessions. You can check the details.
6.5? 6.5.
We'll get good data for both the race and factory teams, so they're well worth running.
I'm gonna take some tyre pressures out to save overheating, I think. Season's been all over the place too. How's yours looked? Don't know if the sound of my controller is being picked up. Right, we'll return our livery back to white and gold after
As many corner gates as quickly and precisely as possible. Best of luck out there.
after this weekend. You know, we've done white and pink for the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which I think, you know, is a cool little thing for us to do in game. And then we'll do a new livery for Season 2, obviously. We might have missed. We may have missed. I don't like Turn 1 at USA. It's a weird corner. Yeah, I was very much going to be green on exit. I was like, we went like nowhere. Oh my lordy lord, we can't even... We're going to need to do this again. For the perfect score, we are going to need to do this again. All of the green.
DRS zone is coming up. Get ready to open it. Distance is on your MFD.
just the line it tells me to take doesn't feel right. I feel like, you know, my natural racing line around here is very different to this.
Great stuff. You pretty much nailed
Did we
the
get
circuit.
purple?
This is a
Oh
really
my god, we got a purple score.
Our best lap so far is a 1 minute 36.3.
Tyre management.
This test is all about tyre management. Try to control the slip through each corner and take extra care putting the power down at the apex.
For reference chat, just so you guys know, and I'm going to be very clear, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but this is my worst track. This is the track I always do the worst at. Don't know what it is. I realised I left my overtake button enabled for that whole thing. Simon, you're a goddamn idiot. But Delta looks great so far, so... There we go. There we go. Beautiful.
Okay, test
Apparently we went fastest.
Very good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out.
Itchy as hell. Right. Fuelmanagementmeup.com /. When's the drive market open? That's kind of my question as well, Sparks. Spark replays. Let's go with that. Sparks replays. Can I call you S? I'm going to assume it's like end of the season, like after Abu Dhabi. I don't know. Delta's looking tasty by creatively abusing the track limits. You have 5 mil and call you whatever. No, that's fair. I will call you whatever. Alright, whatever. Cool, if that's what you want to be called. A jest, of course. I've absolutely ruined that corner. Well, this is what I'm thinking. So I'm sitting on like 8.3, I think. And we're looking at signing Big Lando for our teammate. But my friend Lee has obviously outlined the fact that I might need certain facility levels. So now I really don't know what to do.
That's an acceptable lap, but you're capable of more if you work
You think it's the end of season and mid-season? Okay. Sub to me. Oh, cheers, my dude. Appreciate that.
So far, our fastest lap is a 1:35.0.
ERS, race strategy. Let's do the old race strategy. I think mid-season might be... We know the mid-season one is right on the grounds that we were able to approach Jack Aitken. But could we do that anyway because he was a free agent?
Give us some consistent laps, please. We're looking for good data that we can work into the race strategy.
You'll get 5 laps of the most consistent data, Jeff. Don't you worry. USA is another track that just has very inviting runoff areas, you know. Very similar to Russia. You love how they've added my team to this? Oh, mate. It's like my perfect game. I love racing games. I've loved F1 for like 20 years. And I love management style games. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Motorsport Manager, but the amount of F1 mods I would install on that, and just be like, man, I wish there was an officially licensed F1 game. And then Cody's were like, yeah, my team. What? Hello? Literally, like, to put it into context, F1 2019, I did like 15 videos, and I had recorded others, and I just didn't actually just sit down to edit them. I really wasn't feeling it. That was over the whole year lifespan of the game. This is week 1, and I'm already done like more Grand Prix. Now, granted, streaming it has made that infinitely easier, don't get me wrong, but I'm in love. This is just the best. Like, honestly, Cody's have been knocking it out of the park. Like, yeah, like 2015, everyone was like, ew, what the hell is this? Like, why have you really stripped the game back and put it on next gen? And then 2016, they were like, cool, here's research and development. And it was basic, but it was research and development, right? Then 2017, they did the skill tree. And then, I can't remember what they added in 2018. I feel like 2018, they added, like, the least. But in last year's game, they added, like, the driver moves and stuff. And I'm just like... This is literally the greatest thing. Makes you want to play it a lot more? Yeah, exactly. And the fact they've actually made invitational events mean something. The fact you actually earn acclaim and money by doing the invitational events. Like, before I was like, don't care. What is career score? Like, I don't really care about it. But in this, it serves a purpose. I feel like I'm taking that last corner way too slow. Definitely feel like I could tackle it a bit differently.
Stay focused.
Like, you know, I always loved the thing in career where you could move like across different teams. Like, that was fun. So the fact that obviously we're only driving for this team takes that element away, but it's got so much more, you know. How was that not a corner cut? '50 plays grid penalty because of my engine. Dude, that was me at Singapore. I was like, I need a new energy store and I need a new controlled electronics. And then I was like, Singapore, we won't do that well. Let's just take a grid penalty. And then I started 21st and finished 2nd. So, you know, that was nice. Nearly won that race as well. Bloody Bottas dive bombing me into the hairpin. But yeah, I'd strongly recommend, if you have the time, like, not everyone does, but if you are curious to see how we got to this point, all the streams are live on the channel. They should all be public. There's a playlist. And I'm going to try and make, like, season highlights, essentially. Like, the year in review stuff, the actual Formula 1, like, there's some on YouTube where you can catch, like, the 2009 year in review that's, like, an hour or so. I want to try and make some of those.
You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
But right now, what I'm really trying to do is I'm really trying to earn resource points to protect my upgrades. So we've had the regulation change for this year, and it affected chassis and aero, which are the two areas of my car where I've really tried to develop. My powertrain I haven't spent too much time doing because I complemented them at the start of the year. So my powertrain was already looking pretty strong, and then I don't want them to undo all of that. So that's kind of what we're focusing on right now. I'm just doing the extra laps because one of my sponsor objectives is to make sure I do 75 laps across a whole race weekend. Hence why I could have quit this already, but I haven't, so...
Okay, super job so
Last
far.
year's game you didn't really like. This one you want to grind and play. Last year's one I enjoyed it. Like I said about the like driver transfers and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. You know, to see that in again, the officially licensed game was interesting. Like, I think in one of my offline career modes, like, because I did another season of F1 2019, just offline because, you know, I didn't really want to record it. And I think I had Verstappen go to Racing Point. I had, because I drove for Ferrari with Leclerc, and I think midway through the season, Verstappen went to Racing Point, and then Albon went to Red Bull, and I can't 100% remember exactly everything that happened, but I do know that when I then moved to McLaren, Norris got kicked out of the game, Magnussen went to Racing Point, Stroll went to Haas, Vettel came back, Bottas went to Renault. Like, it was nuts. I'm curious to see what the change of seasons is going to be like this year. Who did I take as my second driver? So we started with Giuliano Alesi, which is the son of Jean Alesi. For two reasons. One, we've got the Renault power unit, and I was like, French power unit, French driver, you know, tells a bit of a story. And two, literally every other YouTuber has chosen Mick Schumacher. So I wanted to be different. Apart from Ryan L87 or 83, I saw him on Twitch earlier, and he has Jack Aitken, which leads me to the rest of this story. So Giuliano got very expensive as his acclaim went up. So I figured you're not really very good. So I binned him off and picked up Jack Aitken, who is overall is better, but now he costs more because, again, his appraisal, whatever it is, has gone up. Right, let's do a quali run. Don't know why Anton Hubert is in the game. It's one of those things, when I saw him on there, I was like, I don't know how to feel about that. I was thinking, Cody's, you probably shouldn't have done that. Maybe it's like one of like the last things, like, you know, players can have him in the team, and like once it's successful, like have him live his legacy that he was due to have, which I understand, but it's like, Cody's, you really shouldn't have done that. That's my viewpoint on it anyway. I hate quali pace practice programs because I'm never quick enough to complete them. Magnussen, give me your slipstream. Give me your slipstream. Thank you so much. Right, it's time for a creative interpretation of track limits. Did it.
Okay, test complete, and that was a information out there.
You chose him, he was a great driver and just a legend. Oh, what, Antoine? Or are we talking like someone else? Right, I think we're good. That sector 3 is just not.
So far, our fastest lap is a 1 minute 30.
Right, I think we're done here. Hey, we have the Galaxy race suit now. Antoine. Oh, okay, you picked Antoine. Nice. I don't think I got him as an option. I think the starting drivers you actually get like presented to you change depending on certain things. Like Lee, who's in the chat, he didn't get the option to have Mick Schumacher. And I haven't seen many people get the option for Alesi. It's weird.
We're in for an exceptional weekend of Formula One.
Excuse me. Oh, it's my third can of Pepsi Max, chat. We're really getting through it today. Right, let's now simulate. Good job, Jack. Wait till you get those 150 resource points. You're really carrying the weight there, my friend. That will allow us to protect a couple more upgrades, which is nice. Sorry, chat, give me 2 seconds. Right, we're good. Okay, so we're at quali. We want to protect some more of our upgrades. We've done all the chassis ones, apart from that one failed bit of development, but we're not worried about that right now. Let's go to aero. And I want to get... It doesn't matter, we're going to do all of them anyway. So let's do that one, and let's do that one. Perfect. Okay, so they're done. So we've got one more upgrade that we need to convert. You normally play MotoGP, but I've fallen in love with F1. Oddly enough, I kind of am the opposite. I've always loved F1. I've made it no secret that, you know, I briefly mentioned it, I've followed F1 for 20 years. First race I ever watched was the Italian Grand Prix of 2000, which is the one that Schumacher won, and it brought him to the amount of victories to tie Ayrton Senna, and he broke down in the press conference room, and I was like, this is really powerful, and I followed like every race since then. I've kind of dabbled with MotoGP, like I've watched a little bit of it, and for the first time I actually picked up the MotoGP 20 game this year. I'm not brilliant at it by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, it was fun to play. Right, let's jump into quali. But they've got something very similar with like the development sort of side of things. I think it's really cool. I don't expect to qualify very well, chat, because I mean it's intermediate conditions, you know. It's the wet. I will say that the striking pink on this livery is quite nice. Anywho. Should we just go out to track, or shall we... I might fuel the car up a little bit, you know. I might put a couple laps in it. Right, so we've got a couple laps of fuel in the car, just so we can sort of see how we stack up. Oh, twitchy. It's a twitchy boy. Probably going to be very slow compared to the AI, because the AI are very OP in the wet, I find. Whoops. Okay, dokie. Casually slide wide of the air. Giovinazzi goes fastest. I don't think it's going to stay that way, unless it does. Who have we got? Ah, Sebastian. K-Mag. I feel like I'm being very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very conservative into the braking zones. But that's probably because my usual trail braking style doesn't work in wet conditions. As you can see, all it really does is scrub the front wide. Danny Kvyat now with a 46.7. What are we going to post? We're going to be nowhere near it any of those times. Also run out of ERS. 145.6 from Charles Leclerc. We do a 47.2. It's actually not bad, all things considered. So, Science coming out there very much put me off. Science, if you could get out of the way before this section, that would be great. Cheers, dude. That's definitely a corner cut. Yeah, absolutely a corner cut. All of these have been very corner cut-like, but, you know. It's in the wet. The stewards sort of, you know, give you a little bit of leeway in the wet, don't they? You normally go to Silverstone in MotoGP and F1. You might not know him. He's called Jorge Lorenzo. He's a great rider. I've heard the name Jorge Lorenzo. Norris has gone faster than me. Perez has gone faster than me. That's another. Right, we're gonna box. We're gonna box. We're gonna fit a new set of inters, and we're gonna try that again. Don't like driving in the wet, and I really don't want to have to start like near the back of the grid, but needs must. Fresh set of inters, maybe a bit more fuel in the car as well, just so we can actually circulate a few more times.
I'd take a set of intermediates in these unpredictable conditions.
Oh, I'd take a set of intermediates. Would you now, Jeff? Isn't that wonderful news? Yeah, that'll do. Right. Go! Right, and we just need to be a bit more delicate with our throttle inputs, and we might actually, you know, get a somewhat semi-decent lap out of this. So right now we're down in 14th, and I feel like we could actually do better. Oh, that's after the session. Great. Well, I'm glad to see that I mentioned about it being easier on the throttle inputs, and then we go and drop the back end. One of the best streams out there. If you're referring to this one, then I thank you. I thank you for your kind words. Right. You know, I'm nothing fancy. That's, you know, I don't want to get caught up on the fancy. I just want to play the game. Talk to chat, and just have a good time, you know? That's what this is all about. Don't know why I'm still finishing this lap on max fuel. I could have been saving fuel, you know. Right. We're not going to get the ERS deployment off the corner, so we're naturally going to be a bit down on our delta, but doesn't matter. Right, let's maybe be a bit more conservative into turn 1. We've tapped the curb a little bit, hampering our exit. That's not too bad. What can we do with the rest of the lap? We really can't get a sector 1 all hooked up like we did on that first lap, can we? Oh, we caught the car this time. Cheers, my dude.
5 minutes. There are 5 minutes of the session remaining.
Right, what we're going to do is we're going to go down to none on the ERS. Just for this short section here. Just to save some battery for out of the final corner. Right, we're going to go back up to hot lap. So 10th and a bit. Didn't get much of an improvement, but it was a slight improvement. Right, good. We kind of nailed the first sector on. Now we just need to have a good rest of the lap. Might not buy a drive when the transfer window's open, but I might get science. Science is always a good one. You know, I've been debating, because Science is currently my rival at the minute, because I've been looking at Lando, but Science is good. There's a reason Ferrari have signed him for next year, right?
We've only got 2 laps of fuel left.
Half-second improvement. There we go. That's more like it. Oh, we could go for another one. I turned the car down, but we could go for another one. Oh, we've slid. Yeah, no, that's... we're not looking dreadful, actually. Okay, up the hill we gained a bit more time. Can't wait for Ricardo and Norris to be teammates. Mate, it's just going to be memes. It's going to be 100% memes. I can't wait for the social media stuff. genuinely can't. Love those two to bits. I love a driver with a bit of character, you know. And those two are chock full of it. Another 4/10 improvement. P7. Right, that's genuinely the last one that I've got. I'd love to push for P6, but that's the best I've got, in all honesty. Let's just drive it around now and stick it in the garage. Actually, let's just do it to return to garage. I can't be bothered. Can't be bothered, you know. Right. What have we got? Where was that? Oh, well. Yeah, we're close to getting the gloves. We're close to getting them Galaxy gloves, you know.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race.
Ninth! I was like ninth?
Look at those who will be fronting the
It's
grid.
not dreadful.
Hamilton and Charles Leclerc. Well, that wraps up qualifying, but don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow as we head into the Grand Prix.
Jack Aitken out-qualified a Haas and both Alphas. Good for him. We out-qualified Sainz, so which means, you know, from a rivalry perspective, we're doing all right. Okay, I don't feel dreadful about this.
The fans really seem to enjoy that. You made it look easy.
Well, I try.
Are you happy with where you'll be on the grid tomorrow?
Very happy, yeah. I'm excited to be this far up the grid. It gives me the best shot of points. Absolutely.
Do you have any comments about this team?
About AlphaTauri? They're a great team, some strong legacy. Sure. I'm pretty sure talking positively actually, you know,
Great.
reflects well.
That's everything.
Right, so we should hopefully beat Science. Right, Acclaim. Come on, Acclaim. Go up. The team Acclaim has a habit of going down, like for after practice and quali, and I don't know why. It bothers me. Right. We are going to get points.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying. We should be in with a good chance in the race.
We should be in with a good chance in the race. It's not going to rain, right? Nope, it's a nice sunny day. Let's do this. Let's get into the race. Let's try and get some points.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin, in the great state of Texas.
I want to visit
Circuit
Austin,
itself,
Texas.
14 miles southeast of the
I want to
city
go and eat
centre
loads of food
and
there.
home to the US Grand Prix since 2012. The latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. It's the Circuit of the Americas then, situated 14 miles outside the great city of Austin. This is a 3.6-mile lap with 20 corners, 10 each to the left and to the right, and top speeds of around 200 miles per hour. Overtaking opportunities are available into turns 1 and 12, especially with that rear wing DRS wide open. Anthony Davidson is here once again for today's Grand Prix. So, let's briefly discuss Lewis Hamilton. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs. So it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
Sound advice
With
there,
the race
Anthony.
minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Valtteri Bottas lines up on pole position, and Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Leclerc, Verstappen, Alexander Albon, and Vettel, Ricciardo, Kvyat, the captain, and Esteban Ocon, Gasly, Perez, Carlos Sainz, and Norris. Stroll, Grosjean, Jack Aitken, and Kevin Magnussen, Giovinazzi, Raikkonen, Russell, and Nicholas Latifi. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head to trackside for today's race.
Crofty sounded like he was struggling to say Jack's name. Everyone else was fine. It was like Jack Aitken, like he was having to push it out. Good luck. Cheers, dude. I'm still not confident with my chances. I don't normally do well around this track, so... Oh, a pair of two stops. Surely a one stop is viable. A one stop has to be viable around here, surely. What if I did softs to hards and just got rid of this? That looks viable to me. I don't see why that can't work. Let's go, champ. I don't see why that can't work. I'm not getting screwed again like I did in Japan. Like this is 100% one stop. We're doing it. I don't care. One stop, yeah, absolutely. I'm not getting tricked like I did in Japan, where I was always on a harder tyre than the AI. So we're going softs to hards. This is where the AI pull off a soft to medium, but I've just quit the game and launched my controller into my monitor and just be like, no, I'm done. I'm so done. But then after this is last race of the stream. After this, we're going to put our livery back to good old white and gold. Change everything else back to white and gold. And we'll have a look at the standings. We'll sort of see where we're at with money. Looks like Bottas might be taking this championship unless Hamilton can really do something. My objective is to try and get Kvyat off the line, but my starts haven't exactly been stellar. What I might do actually is I might add a crank extra front wing. How's the engine looking actually? How's the ICE and the turbo? ICE 49%, turbo 41%. I probably could have fitted a fresh engine in for this one, but oh well, we'll stick a fresh engine in for Mexico. Oh yeah, we're up to Rich. How early did I bump myself up to Rich? Oh, it doesn't matter. By the time we're done today, we're going to have been live for over 5 hours. It's my longest stream for a long time. We're on the racing line, actually, up towards turn 1. Right, let's not try and break any bits of front wing. Let's try and keep it all in order. I could always try and veer to the inside and just do the absolute dive bomb of the century. Lights are out and away we go. Kvyat's had a poor one. I've had a worse one. Ocon's gone off like a rocket. Let's try and get Ocon and Kvyat. Bit of argy-bargy. Still more argy-bargy. Going down the hill. Oh, Ricardo. Right, hold on. I'm invoking my rule here. We have a rule around here. First lap, we're allowed restarts. Anything after I cross the line on the first start, after the first lap, is my ownership. You can go and check the rest of the series if you are debating about that, but we've had a poor start again. Ocon, a rocket ship down the inside. Let's try and sneak through, maybe. I do it for the entertainment purposes. Because you don't want to see me pit at the end of the first lap. Or at least I don't want to have to do that. So anything after we cross the line after the first lap, we can't restart, we can't flash back. We have to kind of accept it. A bit like when we crashed on lap 4 at Monaco, you know? Admittedly, it was in the wet and I was terrified, but Ocon's up in P5. Look at him. We're in P8. Kvyat behind. Of all places as well, I thought I was going to damage the front wing in... oh, Albon's getting very snaky there. Of all places as well, I thought when I damaged the front wing, it was going to be into turn 1. I did not expect it to be into the fast, like, you know, S section. Dirty air feeling very apparent into that corner. Bottas leads them round, which I'm not surprised at. I'm glad I did a couple of practice laps at USA before I went live today. Admittedly, that was a long old while ago. Wasn't paying attention. Braked late. Had to go to the inside. Right, we haven't come off with any damage. Not that we could have done anything about it anyway. Vettel and Albon are going to start getting held up by Ocon. Then again, not that we can really challenge them anyway. We're not that fast. But we need to try and stay within Albon's DRS, because that's going to help us defend against Kvyat behind. Do not like this track at all. It's got corners like this one. Just what is the point of this corner? Seriously. I like to actually get on the power some point, you know, during the corner, not after it. Bottas fastest lap. Beaten by Hamilton immediately. Remember to disable my overtake button, which I then immediately used out of turn 1 anyway, so a bit pointless. Don't want to be wasting my overtake during this section of the track. Oh, we've gone very wide there. Could that have put us out of DRS already? That has put us out of DRS already. What a silly mistake to make. Did that big thing about how I needed to be in Albon's DRS and I go and do that. Right, well, looks like we're defending now from Danny Kvyat. Here he comes. You can see him in the AlphaTauri. Hate this corner. This corner's pointless. This is a bit like when I first started experiencing Baku. And I hate that track as well. What, have a go at Albon, who's over a second ahead of me. Jeff, you are getting like Crofty. Oh, Hamilton's 20 car lengths back. Can he go for the dive bomb? Gee, I wonder. We need to try and catch back up to Albon and try and get some DRS. That would be very nice this time around. So let's try and keep it composed through this first sector, shall we? Congratulations, I actually got DRS. At least I hope I did. Yeah, I did. We're good. Right, so we shouldn't have to use as much battery to defend, seeing as we've got DRS. Yeah, that's not closing in on me at all. I am surprised Vettel hasn't been able to overtake Ocon. If he's got DRS and he's got the Ferrari power unit, which is yet to be nerfed, he should have breezed past that Renault down the straight. We're actually quite quick in the final sector. Personal best, only by 200s, but it's a personal best. We've been far too conservative on the brakes there. Just put us back into Fiat's clutches. That's a corner cut. He's closer to me this time. He might actually be getting some slipstream. I find the slipstream's not as powerful in this year's game either, you know. The front end does not want to go in at all. Alright, let's get an extra crank of front wing on the pit stop, because I get the feeling the hard tyres aren't exactly going to feel ideal, and we're not even going to get DRS down the pit straight. That was a second slower than the lap before. That's disgusting. Much more like it on the brakes. Thankfully, the McLarens appear to be stuck behind another AlphaTauri. We're not going to get DRS this time around, though. Front of the car is scrubbing across the road as the front tyres wear. Fiat's going to get me this time, unless we really, really defend. Oh wow, he really hasn't... He really wasn't as close as I thought. I was waiting to get absolutely torpedoed then. Oh, we've gone wide. That's very wide. Oh, yep.
Engine is showing small signs of wear. Power output will be down.
Thank you for that very helpful information, Jeff. That's not what I need to know. That was a slightly better exit. It wasn't great, though. We're still just a couple of tenths outside that DRS. So they really aren't getting away, and that's the frustrating thing. Right, we're just going to use our excess fuel now.
No issues with tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of them.
If you call this taking care of tyres, Jeff, I'd hate to see what you think me abusing them is, because I am pushing. Can't get the nose in. It's so frustrating. Where I tend to use trail braking to try and, you know, brake later and continue to scrub speed, it really doesn't work on banked corners. Yeah, that's my second warning. I'll get a penalty if I get to do any more of those shenanigans. Yeah, I think everyone else is going the one stop as well. I'd have expected to have seen cars in the pits already for a 2. I've got no grip at the front. The car enjoys the soft tyre over one lap. It just absolutely shreds them though. Like, they might as well be at 90% warm. The fact that they're a bit hot as well probably isn't helping. Turn the engine down. Albon is more hassling Vettel than Vettel is hassling Ocon. And this is before the Ferrari has been nerfed, I'd like to point out. Tyres really dropping off. I'm almost tempted to come in a lap early for the hard tyre, you know. Guys, been streaming for 5 hours. You are right. I've been streaming for a long old time. Missed out watching the quali, so I'd be on. You best believe I ain't doing that same mistake tomorrow. I am watching the Grand Prix before I'm live tomorrow. Right, is Jack out the pits? I hope so, because I'm coming in this lap.
Pitting this lap then. Coming to the pits at the end of this lap.
Oh, here comes the Alpha Tauri. Can't drive these tyres another lap. They feel absolutely dead and I hate them. I've streamed for the length of 200% F1 races. That's the claim I can make. I have streamed longer than Canada 2011. Who came in? Ah, see? They were going to try to undercut me. But it didn't work, did it, boys? Right, come on, pit crew. I need you.
Go, go, go.
Yes! Yes! We're ahead. 2.9. And we're ahead. Wait, they're on the softs. They're doing a 2-stop. The fools are doing a 2-stop. Which means they're going to be way faster than me at this stage of the Grand Prix. That's why they're trying to hustle and get past me now. But it ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. Kvyat is really trying. Look at him. Oh, he's absolutely sent it. I'll give him that. And he's going to have DRS. Oh, credit where credit's due. Kvyat has absolutely done me there. But. Is he prepared for the dive bomb? Answer is no, he wasn't. Oh, back end. That's Ocon ahead, and he too has gone to the soft tyre. Are the AI doing a two-stop? I think they might be.
Okay, gap ahead is 1.7 seconds.
How was that not a corner cut? I shouldn't do that again, but how was that not a corner cut? We are catching up to the back of Antonio Giovinazzi. Danny Kvyat once again is in the slipstream. He's got DRS, but the Honda Donkey just hasn't quite got it. Those Alphas are going to try and do a soft to medium, I think, by the look of the way that Giovinazzi is going. But his tyres have fallen off a right treat, and the best thing is he's not even coming into the pits. So we are going to dive down the inside of the final corner. Thank you very much. Get a small helping of DRS, and away we go. Right, Sainz is on the mediums. Is he going to the end of the race? Vettel is on the mediums. Is he going to the end? I can imagine Vettel's going to the end of the race on the mediums. So maybe the AI have done me on strategy. Some of them will have if they pull off that soft to medium one stop, but a lot of them appear to have gone two-stop. And Giovinazzi is doing an absolute treat of holding those guys up. Diving down the inside was the best thing I could have done. Ricardo is through though. Oh.
The car ahead is coming to fit the mediums. Car ahead, now running medium tyres.
Gio in. There's Alex Albon. He's gone to mediums. So he has done his one stop. And he is on the medium tyre till the end of the race. And we nearly undercut him. Very, very nearly undercut him. There's no way. There's no way. I was hoping he was going to lock up or I could just scare him out of the way. Rechat. Toby is back once again. This man's in and out. And that's what I appreciate. He pops in, he goes out, but he pops back. You know, he's just a cool cat, you know. We are marginal on fuel, but we are 8th. And there are cars ahead, like Esteban Ocon, that have to pit again. And Daniel Ricciardo, because of that mistake that I've just made. And I deserve that. I told you if I did one more like that, I was going to get a penalty, and there it is. That's 3-second time penalty. That was me pushing too hard to try and keep up with Ricciardo so I could use DRS to try and get him back. Right, once we cross the line, that'll be half race distance. And that is officially half race distance. We're running P9. There's 2 cars ahead that have to make another stop, that being both the Renaults of Ocon and Ricciardo. There are cars behind that have to make another stop, but we have a 3-second time penalty. This could be very interesting by the time we get to the end of this one. Oh, there's a yellow flag up ahead. Why is there a yellow flag up ahead? The yellow flag appears to have been cleared up. Charles Leclerc is out of the Grand Prix. We're going to inherit another position then.
Be aware, there's an incident in the next part of the track. No overtaking through the yellow flags.
Fiat's going to be gaining on me, but he's not going to be close enough to make a move into turn 1. But he's getting closer. But their soft tyre will start deteriorating soon.
We're catching the car ahead, but be aware that these tyres need to last till the end of the race.
Yeah. Oh. Mistake on the brakes. Mistake on the brakes. Could that put us in the clutches of Danny Kvyat? Maybe. But we're using our overtake wisely. Oh, yes. We have remained ahead. love to know why. There are just some corners on this track where the front end just does not want to go in. But yeah, closer than ever into turn 1, but not able to make the move. Can these soft tyres, like, go off now so I can start catching Ricardo? That'd be nice. The good thing is he hasn't just noped out, you know? He's actually still very visible. And that means when he pits again, he's going to be quite a ways behind. Aitken in for his second stop.
The gap to the car ahead is 3.2 seconds.
Oh, that's not good. I needed a moment to reassess. Right, there go all those cars in for their second stop. Onto the medium tyre. And then there's Ocon ahead who will do the same. Which means we will inherit P6. You just finished France? Nice, dude. France is where we got our first podium. It's a shame it produces such boring racing because the actual track itself is fun to drive. Connie's in the pits. 10th ain't bad. It's points. At the end of the day, points are important. So now, this is just a matter of getting the car to the finish and hopefully no one getting within 3 seconds of me. I get the feeling the car's behind Will though, because they are ever so slightly quicker than me. Plus, when you drive like that, it's more likely to happen. About 21. Man, my driving's gone to pot the last couple of laps. Oh, I saw that come up and was like, that's another penalty. Thankfully, we got away with that one. But we need to get our head back in the game. Less mistakes. We need to try and avoid, you know, Perez and Sainz and all that getting within 3 seconds. We're already going to lose a point to Sainz in the rivalry because of it being a penalty-free race. Unless he magically ends up getting one. But the AI, you know, seems to avoid penalties, so we need to make sure we finish ahead of him. I don't think we have a faster lap. It'd be, I would like to think we would, but I don't think we do.
Be aware we expect the grip levels to start falling away soon.
That's not good. Why is that? Oh, the tyres are fine. The tyres are fine and will be fine. The longer I don't think about them, the better. We're actually pulling away from Perez. Fuel is marginal, but we'll, you know, we can fix that at another time. Oh, that really put me out of line.
To the car in front is 7.9 seconds.
My rhythm really got broken there. There we are. Ooh. Okay. Controlled electronics are at 62%. Well, that's going to be wearing everything else out. Good thing we got a fresh engine, completely fresh for the final 3 races. So we're not going to have to worry about any of that. Thank you, grid penalties at Singapore. I thought Sainz had passed Perez then. He had not. So we're in the low 37s. We're very much on our own right now.
5 laps of fuel remaining.
What is the fuel situation like? It's fine. We'll just do like the very last sector of the last lap in lean mix. We'll get there. Oh, easy squeezy. So we could have done a soft to medium, but we would have had to get that soft tyre to last till like lap 12, and it was not going to do that at all. In fact, you know, we've run the hard tyre. Not badly either, you know, we're pulling away from the cars behind us, who are like our sort of cars to fight. Like, yes, obviously we're losing out to Albon and Vettel and all that, but they are in much faster cars than us.
There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Okay, gap ahead
That's
is
a 36 too. Or sorry, a 36 flat. We did quite well at that. Shut up and paid attention, really. I got this? I reckon I got this. I reckon I've got this. P6 in the bag. Which, for me, is going to be a very pleasant surprise. I've mentioned it before how, you know, it doesn't normally go very well for me around Kota. Just need to keep it on the road. Avoid any more penalties. Science is dropping off the back of Perez. Oh, I'm just having a quick stretch. This has been a long stream. I've had to concentrate a lot. Three laps to go. Just maintaining, monitoring that gap. Where are the tyres? Tyres are at 50 odd %. That's fine. That first sector was really solid. That felt really good. That braking zone, not so hot. Now Science is closing back up to Perez. Imagine that, to-ing and fro-ing. Oof. Maybe I need to stop getting on the power while I'm on a curb. That'd be a real good idea, wouldn't it?
We have 2 laps of fuel remaining.
I suppose I better shut Jeff up about the fuel situation. Let's just save a little bit for a sector.
Gap to car in front is 10.6 seconds.
Now, which Mercedes is leading this race? Is it championship leader Valtteri Bottas, or is it man trying to hunt him down, Lewis Hamilton? And where has Max Verstappen been? I assume he's in third, because we know Leclerc's out the race. This has been a real composed drive, really, hasn't it? It's a different strategy to everyone else. We really struggled with the soft tyre at the start, like getting it switched on, and, well, not getting it switched on. It switched on nice and easily, actually. It was, after like 3 laps, it was just horrific to drive on. But this hard tyre proves to be really solid for our car. I think we don't really overheat it that much, you know, and it just keeps in a really good operating window. So even when cars around us are on a compound softer, I mean, we saw us catch Perez and nearly pass him in Japan when we were running on a harder tyre. Right, last lap.
This is your final
We're going to bring it home.
for the race.
We're going to bring it home for a fabulous P6 at Kota, something I did not expect. It's more points than Ocon as well, actually. Could we overtake Ocon for 7th in the driver's standings? I think we might. I think he's like 4 points ahead of me. What's 6th? 6th is 8 points. Lewis Hamilton wins the USA Grand Prix.
I need you to stop cutting the corners.
I don't think that was a corner cut. That was very much a track extension, but I am glad we didn't get a penalty for it.
5 seconds.
Use everything we've got. And we come around the final corner for P6 at the Circuit of the Americas. Well happy with that one.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
That is the track I look forward to the least. Carlos Sainz gets driver of the day, but quite frankly, I really don't care.
That's a spectacular victory then, and with it, the championship is secure. It's been a magnificent season, and they thoroughly deserve the cheers of the crowd here.
I assume they mean the championship secure for oh, excuse me. I assume they mean the championship is secure for Mercedes.
I really feel the track layout combined with the track temperatures we saw today suited their car. These cars come alive when the tyres are just at the right temperature, and the driver did a great job managing that as well. They just look so comfortable out there. It's like anything, it always looks so easy when it all just clicks.
So after a magnificent race, we can now see the drivers making their way to the podium. Once again, it's the Silver Arrows who take top spot. A well-earned victory for Mercedes.
Oh, we're going to get our Galaxy gloves at last that I've been banging on about. Hey, I got my gloves. Awesome. Oh, no, wait, no. I've got 17. I already had the gloves.
So
It confuses
time
me.
to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. This result narrows the gap between our championship leader and the rest of the standings. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
Carlos Sainz certainly wasn't someone to scoff about. His ability to follow race strategies throughout with pinpoint precision has to be commended.
It's another clear win for Mercedes as they
Well,
managed to secure the Constructors'
eh.
title. An incredible performance.
Oh, we did do a
from the whole
faster lap
team.
than Sainz.
Meanwhile, good work from the owner
Oh,
driver
Ocon got
team
1 point in the end.
who pushed
Okay.
themselves further up the order. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula
Shut
1
up,
action.
Crofty. I don't care. We'll look at the standings momentarily, chat.
The fans really seem to enjoy that. You made it look easy. You were cutting your way through the field during the race.
Well, you know. When it comes to raw horsepower... No, I mean, what was it? Did a fantastic job with the power unit. It's easy when the car handles like this. I mean, we're not buttering anyone up, so let's just say, yeah, it was... I mean, the engine helped us defend on the straights, let's be
And you must
realistic.
be ecstatic with how you're performing.
Of course you are, but you can't get complacent. That's the answer I'm going to give. The camera loves you.
Appreciate your
What
time.
achievement is that? We'll have to have a look afterwards. 3-2. Should have been 4-2. Wish it had been penalty free, but we get another point versus Sainz with 2 races remaining. 23-18. We should win this rivalry, hopefully. We are racketing up some acclaim. Oh, our acclaim actually went up a little bit. Probably would have gone up more if I hadn't got the penalty, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Money-wise, lovely. Look at that. 761k in the bank, plus an extra 100k due to base payouts and totals. So, 10.8 million. It's a lot of money. Don't really know what to do with it at this point. That is roughly the price of a Lando Norris. We've only got a couple. We'll continue running the pink then for Mexico, seeing as it is still in October. A fundraiser. Let's do Aitken's pace. Why not? Right, chat. That is it for the races. I've done 3 now, and I'm exhausted. And we've been live for nearly 5.5 hours. R&D wise, we've not got enough points. Vehicle wise, let's bolt in the fresh engine for the final few races of the season. Energy store, that'll be fine. That'll be fine for the rest of the season. New turbocharger, new controlled electronics. Beautiful. Corporate side of things, we haven't even got 20 team acclaim yet, so that's where we're going to stay from a contracts perspective. We've only got 35 days left on Aitken's contract, so when it comes to that point is when I think we will be able to negotiate and try and get ourselves Lando Norris. No. My only concern is how much he's going to be, because right now he's very close to acclaim 12, which means he'll be up kind of near that Carlos Sainz, Sergio Perez sort of price range, which is a little concerning. So we could have a look, see what he says, in regards to our offer, and if he doesn't like it, then we could always, upgrade things. Standings wise, we are 7th in the driver standings. Like I said, 91 points. We are best of the rest this year. Esteban Ocon on 88 points. He's done a brilliant job with Renault, but he's not quite carrying the team. Ricardo's doing a brilliant job, not quite the same as Racing Point, who have got 90 points. Perez carrying 66 of those. Sainz got 55 of McLaren's points, so maybe Norris isn't the best idea for a teammate. Maybe we should look at Carlos Sainz. But I just think English team, just a pair of English drivers, It's Lando at the end of the day. There's been our season. It's been very up and down, but we do have a fastest lap to our name, which came in the wet of Canada, which surprised a lot of us. Then, of course, we went on to get 2 podiums back-to-back, a second and a third in Austria, then crashing back to reality in Britain. Hungary, we got 11th. Belgium was good, looked like we were good for points. Albon took us out, though. Italy, 7th after a very strong recovery drive. That unexpected podium in Singapore. Russia, where we stole a podium from Albon. 14th in Japan and 6 points. So that has been our 3 races for this stream, guys. Expect me to be live tomorrow, where to cover off Mexico, Brazil, and Abu Dhabi, the final races of the season. If you have enjoyed, I hope you have left a like, and anyone, of course, who's new around here, if they could hit subscribe, it would be greatly appreciated. Drop us a follow on Twitter as well. My handle is in the description. That gives you a good idea on things that I'm up to and when I'm going live and or stuff. But it's been another wonderful stream, another string of wonderful results. And I honestly can't wait to get these races finished tomorrow to see what the transition to Season 2 looks like. We already know that Grosjean is retiring from Formula 1, so there is going to be a shuffle up on the grid. But how that looks, we'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, thank you so much again, everyone. Honestly, thank you. I can't say it enough. The fact that you bothered to take time out of your day to come to my little corner of the internet is truly warms my heart, So I'll leave some stuff playing momentarily in the background. If you want to be caught up on the series, of course, go check out the channel. All the previous streams archives are there. This one will be live as and when it kind of pushes public from a YouTube server room. I love that that's our simulator. It's terrible, and we need to get better. So, but we will. Maybe we will. We'll see. Catch you later, everybody.